Good evening. I would like to welcome everyone to our January 10th, 2023 Little Rock City Board of Directors meeting. We'd like to welcome those that are in attendance as well as those that are watching at home and streaming online. As this is our first meeting of the year, I do want to take this time to recognize Director Andrea Lewis of Ward 6. This is her first meeting. Let's give her a round of applause. Madam Clerk, if you would, please call the roll.
Director Miller. Director Richardson.
Here.
Director Webb. Here. Director Peck.
Here.
Director Lewis.
Here.
Director Wyrick.
Present.
Director Compuris.
Present.
Director Phillips.
Present.
Director Adcock.
Present.
Vice Mayor Hines.
Present.
Mayor Scott.
Present. Let me now take this time to recognize Vice Mayor Lance Hines, who will give our invocation.
Please bow your heads. Dear Lord, thank you for letting us be here today. Let us be all healthy. Thank you for giving us a milder winter and milder COVID and disease in our community. We really needed the break. Please watch over us as we sit here tonight and deliberate the city's business. Please watch over our first responders, our city employees that are out doing the work for our citizens. Please watch over them and keep them safe. We look for your guidance in everything we do tonight. In your son's name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Please stand and join for the Pledge of Allegiance. Members of the board, we have one modification to today's agenda, a resolution for the purchase of an excavator for the landfill. Is there a motion?
So move.
Second.
There's a motion and second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say nay. Ayes have it. Madam Clerk, if you would, please read the consent agenda along with item M1.
The consent agenda consists of a motion to accept the oaths of office for the mayor and 6 Little Rock City Board of Directors, and the oath of offices are filed in the city clerk's office. Mayor Frank Scott Jr., Ward 1, Virgil Miller, Ward 2, Ken Richardson, Ward 3, Kathy Webb, Ward 5, Lance Hines, Ward 6, Andrea Lewis, Ward 7, BJ Wyrick. A resolution to authorize the city manager to enter into a contract with Smart Automotive Group in an amount not to exceed $105,500 plus applicable taxes and fees for the purchase of 3 Ford F-250 trucks for the Public Works Department Street Operations Division and for other purposes. A resolution to authorize the city manager to enter into a contract with Smart Automotive Group in an amount not to exceed $56,126.80 plus applicable taxes and fees for the purchase of 1 Ford F-350 truck with an installed service bed for the Fleet Services Department and for other purposes. A resolution to authorize the mayor and city clerk to execute a utility easement for property located in the northwest corner of Canis Road and Embassy Drive in the city of Little Rock, Arkansas to Energy Arkansas Incorporated for electric power facilities and for the purposes. A resolution to authorize the city manager to enter into contract with Scott Equipment Company in amount not to exceed $483,762 plus applicable taxes and fees for the purchase of 1 EC480EL Volvo excavator for the Public Works Department Landfill Division and for the purposes. That concludes the consent agenda.
Second.
Aye. All opposed, say nay. Ayes have it. We'll now go to citizen communication. Mr. Luke Scrable.
Good evening. Thank you for allowing me the privilege to exercise my First Amendment rights. I'm going to follow in the footsteps of our back pocket director of the mayor, Antoine Phillips, and use his method of communication as some of the other directors have. Hopefully this method will get through and I won't get ignored another 110 times at this podium. I find racism offensive and vulgar. I find racism offensive and vulgar. I find racism offensive and vulgar. I feel racism is anti-Christian. I feel racism is anti-Christian. I feel racism is anti-Christian. My God is a God of love, not hate. My God is a God of love and not hate. My God is a God of love and not hate. Racism is a product of hate. My God's love is for all 3,000 plus races. Racism is a product of hate. My God's love is for all 3,000 plus races, Mayor. Racism is a product of hate. My God has love for all 3,000 plus races. The City of Little Rock government has ended. We now pay taxes to a criminal organization. The City of Little Rock government has ended. We now pay taxes to a criminal organization. The City of Little Rock government has ended. We now pay taxes to a criminal organization. A legitimate government is seen enforcing the law. A criminal organization is seen to ignore the law. A legitimate government is seen enforcing the law. A criminal organization is seen to ignore the law. A legitimate government is seen enforcing the law, and this criminal organization is seen to ignore law enforcement. I plan to be back another 104 times, 103 times. I hope you will listen to me and act and get 6 directors to move in one direction with a majority to bring something positive to help the Little Rock citizens and the taxpayers that support this now criminal organization. Thank you.
Mr. Jimmy Cavan.
Mayor, I deal in facts, not fiction. Back during the campaign, a group called Citizens for a Better Little Rock, run by Clint Albright, ran some ads against you that were full of false narratives. They distorted facts, many of which those facts that I brought up, and they just plain lied about you. I very publicly hammered Albright and his group for doing that. And you know why? Because what they were doing was wrong. At the November 15th board meeting, Senator Linda Chesterfield stood before this board and did exactly what Albright had done. She lied. She stated, I quote, "It's easy to pretend that you do not know that there has been more threats on this mayor's life than any other mayor in the history of the city. Nothing could be further from the truth. Even though I'd already in the past done it, I did it again. I FOI'd all records of threats made against you, just as in the past there are none. 0. They did, however, send me an anonymous letter from July 2019, which reads, Mayor, hoping you die a painful, long, horny death for unthoughtful way you gave in to Warren, closing War Memorial, as well as putting out a lot of folks out of work. You're an ass kisser. Hope you get herpes too. Now, that's not a threat. It's not very kind, but it's not a threat. And when I talked with former LRPD Chief Bewley, he stated it wasn't a threat either. That's all they gave me. There is no threat. So tonight, I want to once again set the record straight. There has been no record of threat made against you. 0. Yet you demand the citizens pay hundreds of thousands of their tax dollars to guard you when we have hundreds of citizens who face real threats every day. Nobody's guarding them, Mayor. So you leave here tonight with your security detail chauffeuring you around in that nice SUV and head right on over to 1836 Club, knowing real threats, not pretend threats, real threats will be carried out tonight against citizens of your kingdom. So tonight I'm going to challenge you once again to do what is right. Either A, quit playing rock star at taxpayer expense, or B, fund your security detail out of your office's budget and not the LRPD's. Let them use that money to fight real crime.
Thank you so much. Director Wyrick, your hand was up before we go into executive session.
Well, it was up before we did the vote on the resolutions. I just wanted to know what was going on with resolution number 4. Was that City of Little Rock property, or was that individual properties? And do all of the people that own that property know what's happening? Just the general questions about it. But you've already gone past the resolution, so maybe somebody can fill me in on the details later.
Mr. Moore, do you have that brief detail?
Director Wyrick, you might remember we did some work over in that area off of Canis, and because of the bankruptcy with Embassy Suites nationwide, we ended up acquiring this corner of Canis and Embassy Drive, and this will allow for energy to put in the proper electrical facilities. And I don't know if, John, you want to add anything, but that's sort of a detail.
So it was City of Little Rock property? There weren't other property owners involved in it?
No, this is actually a parcel that we purchased, and then there's development that's occurring adjacent to this parcel. And because of the location of the traffic signals at the intersection, in order to run new power, overhead power to this new development that's occurring, they actually couldn't stay within the existing right-of-way, so they're asking for additional easement along the edge of that right-of-way to be able to run that power line and stay within an easement. So their infrastructure stays within an easement.
Did we get any consideration for the easement, or do we just give it to them?
We're providing them with this because it's a very small easement.
Very small, what is very small?
I don't know the square footage, but it's like a triangular piece that runs along across the corner. So you're probably talking just a couple hundred square feet of easement line. It's not a huge thing.
Okay.
It's area that we can't develop in or anything like that either.
Okay. My main concern was for individuals, that were not City of Little Rock. I wasn't sure if it was City of Little Rock or other individuals involved, so that was my main concern. I appreciate you
You're welcome.
bringing it forward.
Thank you so much. Vice Mayor Hines, is there a motion to go into executive session?
So moved. Second.
There's a motion second go into executive session to discuss the vice mayor, the election of the vice mayor, and appointments of boards of directors and liaisons to the various City of Little Rock boards and commission. There's a motion from Vice Mayor Hines, a second from Director Richardson. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say nay. Ayes have it.
Mayor, there was a complaint made that the board cannot go into executive session consistent with the FOI to the extent that you won't actually be able to vote on anything in executive session, that it's accurate, but you'll always come out and the vote occurs in public. The various positions of board members, the promotion of a board member from regular membership to the position of a vice mayor, and the discussion of the association with the various boards and commissions as liaisons have all fallen under that category of personnel discussions, just as your ability to make appointments to various boards and commissions have occurred in an executive session for personnel matters. And with board members being given a salary, among other things, that makes it even clearer. But because there was an objection raised, I wanted to make that point.
Thank you so much, Mr. City Attorney. Ayes have it. We'll now recess to executive session. We'll ask those participants who are here, please excuse yourselves. We'll be back. We're now back from executive session. Want to make the announcements of city board liaisons to boards and commissions. Age-Friendly Little Rock Commission, Director Webb. Advertising Promotion Commission, voting members, Director Phillips and myself. MIMS, Director Hines. Animal Service Advisory Board, Director Adcock. Arts and Cultural Commission, Director Wyrick. Arts Center Board of Trustees, voting member, myself. And member, Central Arkansas Library System Board of Trustees, Director Richardson. Central Arkansas Water Commission, Director Miller. Civil Service Commission, Director Adcock. Commission of Children, Youth, and Family Services, Director Webb. Community Housing Advisory Board, Director Lewis. Historic District Commission, myself. Land Bank Commission, Directors Adcock and Miller. Little Rock Housing Board of Commissioners, Director Richardson. Little Rock Municipal Airport Commission, Directors Wyrick and Peck. Little Rock Parks and Recreation Commission, Director Peck, Directors Peck and Lewis. Little Rock Planning Commission, Director Wyrick. Little Rock Port Authority, myself as a voting member, Director Hines as a liaison. Little Rock Sustainability Commission, Director Peck. Little Rock Water Reclamation Commission, Director Hines. Museum Discovery Board of Trustees, voting member ex officio, myself. Director Compuris as my proxy. Oakland Fraternal Cemetery Board of Commissioners, Director Wyrick. Racial Cultural Diversity Commission, Directors Richardson and Lewis. River Market Design, District Design Review Committee, Director Compuris. Zoo Board of Governors, Director Webb. Downtown Partnership, myself, Director Compuris. Metro Plan, myself. Is there a motion and a second
So moved.
Second.
for Director Kathy Webb to be the new Vice Mayor? I heard a motion from Director Adcock, a second from Director Richardson. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say nay. Ayes have it. Congratulations to Director, now Vice Mayor Kathy Webb. All right. We'll now go, I believe we're now on actually a motion and second to adjourn our special.
So move.
Motion second.
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say nay. Ayes have it, meeting adjourned. We'll now come into our agenda meeting. We got 3 modifications for today's agenda meeting. Item M1, which is an amendment to the contract with Bill Fence Company for a perimeter fence at the Little Rock Zoo. Item M2, for an amendment to the contract with Crum Foster for additional cyber liability insurance. M3, which is the approval of the Cooper Orbit Road relocation project. Any questions from members of the board on any of the consent item agenda?
Mayor,
Director Wyrick?
can somebody tell me what's going on with M3, please?
Yes, M3, if Director Collins or Director Honeywell are here, they'll come give more details. Essentially, this is a public-private partnership between the City of Little Rock, Pulaski County, and the private developers. Directors Lance Hines, former Director Wright, and myself worked on this public-private partnership for this particular area. At that particular time, I believe this was in Director Wright's ward, which I believe now is in your ward.
Right.
But this is something that the city board was aware of last year, went throughout the process, and now coming before the board to spend the funds.
Okay.
Director Hines, would you like to give any from your perspective?
So my question is this says express willingness, and I think all of the parties have signed off on a memorandum of understanding to do this. So what is this resolution for?
To spend money, the city of Little Rock's portion.
Okay, so there's, and what's the spread of the money by different groups?
Director Collins?
Is it equal?
Right, it was a percentage split. It was 40% for the city, 40% for Pulaski County, and the remainder with the developer. We were awaiting a bid to come in. So the bid did come in. So that bid was $263,803.80, and that did include a 20% contingency, and so that dollar amount was split on that percentage. And that is what is before the board, is our participation in that amount.
Okay. All right, so just to make sure this is what I think it is, it's moving Cooper Orbit to align with, is it Panther Creek?
Yes, it was the Panther Branch, or now I'm referring as the old Panther Branch.
Right,
As we work through that, we're not changing the name, it's going to stay Cooper Orbit.
Cooper Orbit, okay. And then the property that is left, the old Cooper Orbit, what happens to that?
That will be abandoned. Once this is operational, that is tied to that phase of that development for that residential that needs to be abandoned, but we cannot abandon it till the operation of the new extension is in place, and that was a condition.
Okay, and we all agree that we need a traffic light at that intersection. Does that cover the traffic light here, or does?
No, it does not. In speaking with Mr. Honeywell, because we had talked about, and even with the board, I presented that and talked with the developer about coming up with a traffic study for that area to see exactly when that is anticipated. And Mr. Honeywell can put more details to it. From my understanding is that is a project that the city is doing in the first cycle of the bond program, is to improve that and install the traffic signal at that location. So a traffic study at this time is not needed. It is already going to be a project to be funded and installed.
Okay, that's good news.
Did I say that correct, John?
Is he amening it over there? Yes? Okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Director Wyrick. All right, any questions? Any more questions on the consent agenda? Any more questions on the consent agenda? Moving to the planning development items. Any questions on items 5 through 11? Director Wyrick?
My questions are on 9 and 10.
9 and 10?
Yes, sir.
All right. Director Collins? After Director Wyrick, Director Phillips? Director Collins?
Yes, Mayor, I am bringing up that item. If we could bring up the zoning map, would probably be the best thing to start the initial conversation with it. The board has seen this previously. They approved a planned office development back in 2005. Is that item 10 or is that item 9? Which one would you want to talk about? I thought I heard item 10.
Item 9 and 10.
Okay, well, let's start item 9. Item 9, that is a package of I can't remember, a little over a year ago, the board approved a commercial development across that would be the intersection where Cooper Orbit is going to tie into, which kind of forced us to really re-look at that area to see exactly what we're wanting to do, and that was something that was agreed upon. If that got approved, that we really need to look at the land use in that area. So we did, and the planning commission reviewed it. And if I may, I would like to bring up Mr. Walter Malone, who really worked on that package, and he can answer any specific questions, or he can go through a presentation for you for that land use package. Mr. Malone?
Well, I'm looking at it, and trying to figure out, it looks like that where Panther Branch connects to Cooper Orbit, this map's a little confusing to me, so I've blown it up and I've looked at it, but I still am confused, so.
If you pull up the map if you're looking at the zoning map.
Yeah, I have the zoning map up, yeah.
That C3 that's surrounded by shaded areas, that was the zoning that Director Collins was talking about, that the commission and the board approved now a little over a year ago. And that's actually at the intersection, the current intersection of Panther Branch and Canis. That's on the north side of that intersection. And so the Area 5 that wraps around that would change all that area to commercial that's currently shown on the land use plan as either residential low or suburban office. So that's the Area 5 that's there. So that wraps around that C3. The apartment complex that's already there is Area 6, and that's currently shown on the land use plan as suburban office and mixed office commercial, but it's an apartment complex, and so the change there is to show that as residential high to recognize what's there. So at that intersection, the three corners of that intersection will be, the north side of the intersection and the southwest corner of that intersection where the pet place is, that will all be commercial on the plan if this amendment is approved, and the apartments would be the other corner, which is the apartment complex. So those are the changes right there at that intersection. Then beyond that, further down where the road will actually connect to Cooper Orbit, the proposal is to change that. That's Area 4, and that would change from residential low and a little bit of suburban office to residential medium density. The owners of that property have in the past brought a couple of applications, none of which have been approved yet, for higher than single family development on that land. But there's nothing there today.
That's all vacant land today?
Yes. Yeah. Area 4 is all vacant land right now today, yes.
Okay.
I don't know if you want to talk about it.
Low density is?
Residential low is single family. That's the easiest way to think of it. Residential medium is double the density.
Is what?
Twice the density of single family. So single family can go up to 6 units per acre. Residential medium can go up to 12 units, but it's still going to be zoned single family. So even if this gets approved, the Planning Commission and this body will have to see a rezoning request if somebody wants to do anything more than single family houses on that property.
Okay. And what is this? I don't think you covered it, but what is this Area 9?
Okay, back at the current corner of Cooper Orbit and Canis and Kirby, the southern corner is part of that big PRD. That includes that whole quarter section is that PRD, and it's been approved for attached and detached single family. And that's part of the development that Director Collins was just mentioning, that they're going to use the right-of-way of Cooper Orbit. And so that's all either a single family attached or detached. So the plan amendment will be to change it to residential low, which is the density that they're going to be developing at. The other corner there is currently wooded on the south side and was recently rezoned to C3 in the last year. That's area 8. And so that would change from mixed office commercial and suburban office to commercial. And again, it's mostly wooded today. But it was rezoned to C3 a little over a year ago.
And that borders Canis, right?
The area 8 is the south side of Canis, basically in between Asbury and Kirby, either side of Woodlands Trail.
Either side of Woodlands Trail.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, I think I see that. And then what does 10 do?
10 is another area where we've got an approved single-family subdivision that's supposed to take access off of Woodlands Trail. So it would change a portion of the area that's currently shown as mixed office commercial and suburban office to residential low, since we have an approved single-family subdivision that's proposed to be built on a portion of that land. That subdivision will continue to the south of that hatched area where the R2 is on your map.
And it's currently zoned what now?
It's currently zoned R2.
R2?
Yeah, because it's an approved single-family subdivision plat.
But you're saying that the land use ought to be
Residential low. It currently is mixed office, commercial, and suburban office, so we want to take it
okay.
to
Residential,
residential low.
Okay, I'm following now. Okay. All right, I think that was all my questions that I had on that one.
Okay.
So, but you're proposing the land use should be residential low density?
For 10 and 9, both of those. And
On
both of
10,
those,
yeah, on 10.
10 and 9 both have approved
Right.
single-family subdivisions for them.
And then 6 is residential high
Correct.
density,
And that's where the apartment complex is today.
right? And 8 is going to commercial. Okay.
Which is currently zone C3 today.
Currently zone C3, yeah.
Yes, ma'am. It's wooded and vacant, but it's zone C3.
And then 5 is going to commercial.
Correct. And that's a mix of zonings today.
So residential medium, is that apartments?
Residential medium can only go up to 12 units per acre. So if you have enough land, you could, if you have enough open space, yes, you could potentially build apartments, but somebody's going to have to come in with a zoning request to build anything on the residential M. It's still zoned R2 single family. So you're going to get another chance to, if you approve this, you're still going to have another chance to, when somebody actually wants to do something other than single family, to vote on whether or not that's appropriate or not.
Okay, that's all the questions I had on 9. I'd like a presentation on 10 if nobody else has questions on 9.
Mayor,
Director Phillips?
am I on?
Yes.
Oh, I can't even hear myself. I have a question on number 9 for Director Collins. It's probably for you, Director Collins. This is kind of a big picture question. I appreciate the work that y'all did related to kind of planning what this area of town should look like. Do we make any provisions for future development? So if a developer came and bought one of these pieces of land, could they still rezone it? Or now that y'all have proposed this, does that change anything for someone down the road?
It doesn't change the zoning. This is just the land use plan. So think of it like this is what we would like it to be. And so we use it for comparison of somebody bringing a proposal in of what they want to do. A good example is that explanation of residential medium density. What we're finding is as these subdivisions are being developed now, you're not seeing these ranch-style homes that have a 100-foot lot, frontage. They can get down to 35 feet. So the lots are getting smaller. So the developments for even single-family residential are getting denser, just to make them affordable now for starter homes, just because of the cost of the land with development. And so you may see single-family residential in something that we would have listed for a land use of residential, medium density of what we want to see. It could also be apartments, like Mr. Malone explained. And so like this, when we say something we'd like to see it, some of it like that mixed office commercial, we wanted to see mixed office, but a lot of that came, in that corridor came because one, Canis hadn't been developed. So some of that hasn't been coming. But as we've seen Cana starting to be built out, we've seen some of these coming in that we do not believe that that area is going to be mixed office, it's going to be residential on there. So yes, this was an opportune time when that property got rezoned across from Panther Branch to really look at this area and is this what we want it to be? And so it doesn't change the zoning of the tracts of land at this moment. It still gives the board an opportunity to come in, and it may align with the land use, it may not, and unless it is a planned development, we would change the land use to align with whatever the proposed zoning, if approved at the board, is done. That's why you see the packages come in, land use, and then a zoning, unless it's a planned development.
Understood. So a developer or any owner, if they are watching us today, hear the proposal, we vote on it next week, if they wanted to rezone whatever tract of land, this doesn't interfere with their right to do that?
No, it does not.
Okay.
And we would actually align any land use with what we believe would need to happen if approved at the board.
Okay, that's what I just wanted to make sure it was clear for the public. Thank you, Director Collins. That's all I had, Mayor.
Director Wyrick. I guess Director Collins will do a presentation on item number 10.
Okay, so for item 10, this is a planned office development, was approved by the board previously. If we could pull up the zoning map, the residential portion has been developed. It was presented as primarily a POD, but there's a residential portion that's to the north. You'll see those lots that are up there. And then to the south of it was office, primarily with a commercial aspect to it. And so what they're wanting to do we have the site sketch on this one?
Yep.
They're proposing to come back and remove the office portion. So if you look at those lots that are kind of running east to west, they're wanting to make those residential lots on there. So they're going to extend that residential down. And then the larger tracts at the bottom are going to be commercial for it. Now, you can't have some office aspect in commercial, but they're wanting to expand their commercial that's going to be adjacent right there to Mableville West. And so it's just this is a revision to the planned office development, and they've got the tracts listed on there. They're looking to develop lots 1R and 2R, which is those lots down on Mableville West to C3 commercial uses, and 3R to 9R are going to be R2 residential. You kind of see those. We need to zoom in a little bit.
So,
The larger tracts on the south portion is those commercial tracts.
the 1R is 1.18 acres, and that's going to be commercial?
That's commercial, proposed to be commercial.
And then
2R is
the
commercial.
2R?
Yes.
Okay.
And then the rest of them is residential. That's the best way to,
The rest are residential?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, can you have a POD where you, I mean, that's planned office development. Can you do a revision to a POD and add uses that are not office? Because you're making them be residential and commercial.
well, originally it was a planned office. There was a tract of land that's supposed to be. There can be commercial inside office development. If you look at some of the uses that are inside any office zoning, there is commercial uses that are in office zoning. They share a little bit of that back and forth on there. So the answer is yes, we're just revising the planned development.
But you're not specifically stating what the commercial property is going to be, what it's going to be used for.
No,
Or-
there was no specific, just the standard C3 zoning proposed.
Okay. Standard C3 zoning
Yeah,
for
so
those
it'd be, if approved, it would have all the permitted uses in the C3 zoning. And I can't remember if they have, and I have to look at it, if they actually listed as not just permitted, but conditional uses. But I'd have to look at that.
Say that again.
Definitely the permitted uses, I can't remember if it listed in their application, whether it had the conditional uses also listed as available in the C3. Because it is a planned development, it would be specific to those two things.
But right now, today, you're saying that 1R and 2R are general
General
commercial.
C3.
Okay, I'd like to hold this separate.
Noted. Director Adcock?
Yes. Mr. Collins, tell me about the neighborhood. Was they notified on this?
Yes.
Okay.
We send out notifications to all registered neighborhood associations in the city. And so that email did go out,
Okay, well, this neighborhood does not have an association.
okay?
That
If
I
they
know
don't,
of.
then I can reach out to them and try to get a contact if anybody has them and notify them if they haven't been for the board meeting. But if we don't have the contact information, we can't contact them.
Okay. Did you have any opposition at the planning commission?
Nobody showed up registered in opposition to it. And the vote was, there was 3 absent, and we had 1 open position, so there was 7 votes for at the planning commission.
Okay. And on this commercial, it's just going to be C3?
C3, and I will check and send out to the board the exact description. And I can't remember it, I didn't see it in the write-up, but I will look at the application and give you specifically, because they can just say permitted uses, or they could say permitted uses and conditional uses. And since it is a planned development, the wording is important, so I'll make sure I check that and send that to
I'd
the board.
like to see that. Will you send it to Director Wyrick too, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you so much, Director Adcock. Any questions on items 12 and 13? Director Adcock?
On item 12,
Vice
can we
Mayor.
have some information on this? Maybe Director Hines could tell us.
Director Hines?
This was to express our displeasure and call for, with the rate increase that Central Arkansas Water is proposing, and I will, if our hearing with them goes well later, I am pro-election to pulling it down if we get the answers we need and we feel satisfied with the rate increase that they're trying to take. But I'm going to leave it up until we have our meeting, and I can pull it down next
Thank you. I agree with
Tuesday
you,
by
too.
right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Director Phillips?
Thank you, Mayor. I definitely have some questions on number 12 related to the legality of us making changes to an interlocal agreement, but based on Director Hines' comments, hopefully we'll have a productive meeting in a few minutes and we won't have to have that discussion. So I just want to state that for the record. Thank you, Mayor.
Director Phillips, your law firm wrote the interlocal agreement in question, so I think you would be recused from being able to discuss it.
Hopefully no one will have to discuss it based on a good meeting this afternoon. So thank you, City Attorney.
Director Peck?
I didn't hear what just happened there. What did you say,
The
Tom?
interlocal agreement was written in large part by the Wright Law Firm, who were the initial counsel for Central Arkansas Water, and I thought that might create a problem for Director Phillips.
Okay.
That doesn't keep anybody, including Director Phillips, from asking our office about the legalities of amendments.
Director Peck?
Thank you. And did anybody else have any questions?
Director, you're next, Director Peck.
Okay, well, if it would be appropriate just to ask City Manager Moore a quick question now about our meeting, our last meeting in December. Bruce, I was wondering if you could give us any updates on the financial transparency apps that we talked about?
Open checkbook type of. Yeah, we actually discussed that one day this week, yesterday, at our department head staff meeting, and along with the lead city staff person that's going to kind of lead that up. So We're working on a bid document to put something out, and hopefully within the 90 days, we should have everything up and running.
Great. Thanks for the update. Thank you.
Director Rogers, is your hand still up?
It's not, but can I ask a question?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm still in a quandary about the item number 10, where we've got a planned office development and we're revising it, but we're not putting office in there. We're putting commercial and residential. So I'm trying to understand how we can do that when it was set up for planned office development initially, and now there's no office in the plan. So I guess Mr. Collins can give me some more information about it, maybe not today, but maybe during the week.
I'll get it more detailed, but maybe I can explain this little summary for it, that when a planned development, no matter whether it's office, residential, commercial, is presented to the board and approved, they got so many years to enact it, and then 3 years or cause revocation. The portion of the planned office development was done. There was no other conditions set forth that would eliminate any other phases from the planned office development, staging or other types of aspects. So that original planned office development is in place. So this property still falls underneath that originally approved planned office development, that a portion was done and completed. And there was no other stipulation in that planned development as far as staging when it would be completed to revoke any other portion of that POD. So that's why it was listed as a revision to the original POD that covered this tract of land. I will write a more detailed summary for that for you, send out to the board. But I believe that in order for that to happen, to align it with what you want, we would have to revoke a portion of that POD and implement a new PCD at the same time or subsequent to make that happen. So when we wrote this, that was just a revision to a POD. And as I said, we felt like since there could be office uses in C3 zoning, it still had some office use on there in the revising of the POD. So, but I will get that more detailed out and sent out.
Yeah, it's really confusing to me. I know you can do a lot of things with planned office development or planned commercial development, and it helps craft or mold a development one way or another. But this was originally approved as a planned office development with residential, and now it's going to be commercial and residential. And so to me, the planned office development it's not a revision, it's a whole new application.
Yeah, I understand, and I'll get a real detailed thing wrote up for you on why we chose to do that through that application process.
Well, okay, that'll be good. I'm not sure I'll understand it fully, but any information you can provide, it just seems like we're not really addressing it the correct way.
Okay, understood.
Thank you.
Director Phillips.
Thank you, Mayor. At our last meeting, I reached out to the city manager, asked for an update about the status of us moving back to City Hall and about a potential board retreat. So if the city manager can provide an update.
Regarding the boardroom, the final construction drawings have been completed. There were some changes on the technology side. Our contractor, they shut their plant down for 2 weeks during Christmas, but the bid packages are prepared and will be issued this week. And as I mentioned earlier, our time frame to move back into the board chambers is around mid-May, barring no unforeseen delays. The redesigned boardroom will have better spacing with added safety features, new furniture, finishes, technology, and lighting. Regarding the board retreat, I'm going to ask Ashley just to sort of poll the board on some potential dates. I was thinking that we would do a sort of Friday and maybe half-day Saturday type of retreat. But we're going to have to make some sacrifices on the calendar in order to accomplish this. So Ashley will send out some potential dates, and as soon as we can, and I think it's very important that everyone is able to attend. So we'll try to get those dates out this week.
Thank you, City Manager. And just for the public who's watching, I keep bringing this up because I think it's important for us as a body to do some team building, some bonding. So we're just not here yelling at each other on Tuesdays and then come back and yell again on Tuesdays. So I appreciate the effort, and I think it's going to go a long way for us being a more efficient and body that gets along better. So thank you, City Manager. That's all I have, Mayor.
Thank you so much. Don't see any more questions. This agenda meeting is now adjourned. We'll now transition to our CAW working session. Mr. Tab Bohannon.
Correct.
Please join us. While we wait on Mr. Bohannon, members of the Central Arkansas Water Commission, we do appreciate you making time to visit with the City of Little Rock Board of Directors and myself. Thank you for your commitment to Little Rock and Central Arkansas. We do appreciate you.
Mr. Bohannon? Yes, sir. Please proceed. Director Adcock, can you hear Mr. Bohannon?
I can now.
Okay.
Okay. I've never been accused of being quiet, so
I don't want you to be quiet.
I think that will be fine. Well, it's been a while since we did this, and I'm excited to be here today. Mayor Scott, now I guess we have Vice Mayor Kathy Webb. Does that change become official now?
Yes.
Okay, and directors, it's my pleasure to be here today just to talk about what Central Arkansas Water is doing with its infrastructure investment and how it is discussing and planning to move forward with that so that we can continue to provide high-quality, outstanding water for the citizens of Little Rock and North Little Rock and surrounding communities. With your permission, because I've been told that some of you are not aware of who our commissioners are, I was going to introduce the commissioners to you, and then Commissioner McKenzie is going to say a few words that are very important introductory remarks, and then I'll return to talk about the infrastructure investment program that staff has developed with substantial input from the commission through multiple meetings and full-day retreats to ensure that CAW continues to protect public health and encourage economic growth by delivering high-quality, affordable, abundant, and dependent water services for decades to come. If you don't know, Central Arkansas Water has 7 commissioners. 4 must be residents of Little Rock, and 3 must be residents of North Little Rock. They serve 7-year terms, with 1 term expiring each year. Normal terms start on July 1 and end June 30, 7 years later. I can tell you that the commissioners are smart, talented, dedicated, and challenging. At least they consistently challenge me to be better, a better person, and a better leader. They certainly make CAW and the community CAW serves better. Going across the order up there, Commissioner Newton, who is from North Little Rock, could not be with us tonight due to a prior engagement. He is the newest member, appointed in 2020, to fill the vacant position, North Little Rock position that after Eddie Powell passed away. Former North Little Rock Mayor and Commissioner Powell had served on the commission since it was created in 2001. Mr. Newton is president of CBM Construction, and though he lives in Little Rock, his office is located in downtown Little Rock. Just so you understand, the officer positions, chair, vice chair, and secretary treasurer rotate each year, so each commissioner will serve as the chair once during their 7-year term. Dr. Jay Barth is vice chair this year. He was appointed in 2019. I suspect he needs no introduction to most of you, if not all of you. He serves as the director of the William J. Clinton Presidential Library and Museum. Carmen Smith is secretary treasurer, is another North Little Rock representative. Appointed in 2010, Carmen serves as corporate counsel for DataPath. I can tell you from experience, just last week, that Carmen is the person you want to introduce you if you are ever going to be giving a public speech. Candy Hughes, a Little Rock commissioner, was appointed in 2016. She serves as senior corporate counsel at Mid-Continent Independent Systems Operator, formerly referred to informally referred to as MISO. I'll get it out in a minute. Prior to moving to MISO, she was an attorney at the Southwest Power Pool. In addition to serving on the CAW Board of Commissioners, Candy is also on the Arkansas Advisory Committee member to the U.S. Commission on Civil Rights. Mr. McKenzie, seated to my right, commissioner and immediate past chair, appointed in 2018. Most of you know that prior to joining CAW's board, Mr. McKenzie was executive director of MetroPlan. Jay Hartman, Little Rock Commissioner, appointed in 2005, is the next to longest serving commissioner with over 17 years of service as a commissioner. Mr. Hartman is a senior customer service manager at Entergy
and I think many of you talk to him regularly in that capacity. Tony Kendall is the final North Little Rock Commissioner. He was appointed in 2004. He is now the longest-serving commissioner, and we appreciate your service, Commissioner Kendall. He retired not long ago from Baptist Health, where he served as Vice President of Human Resources. As you have heard, CAW's commissioners bring a varied background to their service at CAW, and they do an outstanding job of providing oversight and strategic direction to the utility. And with that, Commissioner McKenzie would like to address the group on behalf of the commission with a few introductory remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Bohannon. Is the mic on? Okay, great. Mayor, members of the council, it's a pleasure to be with you this evening. Before getting into the details of the investment plan that is presently before the Central Arkansas Water Commission, permit me to brag just a little bit for the record. First, Central Arkansas water customers have some of the best water in the United States, and certainly if you travel around the country, you know that to be true. Second, Central Arkansas water customers pay literally some of the lowest rates for water in the United States, currently half a penny a gallon. Now, this 20-ounce bottle of water, which costs $2 in the vending machine out here, would cost you 1/12 of 1 cent to fill up with Central Arkansas water. And CAW has done this consistently and reliably for over half a century, and in that process has been recognized nationally and internationally for their innovation and technical excellence. This is due to a long history of far-sighted leadership by the Little Rock Municipal Water Works, going all the way back to the construction of Lake Winona in the 1930s, and Lake Maumelle in the 1950s, and CAW and the excellent staff that the utility has from top to bottom, from Mr. Bohannon and his management team, all the way to our distribution crews who stand in ice-cold freezing water to fix leaks in the system 24/7. I had not many years ago a 10-inch water line exploded in my front yard about 2 a.m. And the CAW crews were Johnny on the spot and worked all day to get the water restored by later that afternoon. I can say literally without reservation that Central Arkansas Water is the most competent public sector organization that I've had the pleasure to work with in my career. And I want to say a few words about my fellow commissioners, if I may, in addition to what Tad has told you already. They give their time and effort on a volunteer basis. They're outstanding individuals in their own right, but they are committed as a group to the stewardship of this utility and the diligent oversight of its operation. And now to the investment plan that that is before us and that many of you have seen or at least heard a lot about. It is not the normal rate plan that the Commission has developed in the past, so let me explain in broad terms how it came to be. Since this rate plan was developed, since the last rate plan was developed and adopted in 2018, it became apparent to the Commission as a result of several engineering studies and our ongoing risk assessment that we were underinvesting in our physical plant. The Commission requested staff to develop a long-range strategic plan, in this case going out to 2050, we had never done that before, with an eye towards 2100 and focusing on our long-term systems needs. This proposed investment plan that we're talking about this evening is derived from that strategic planning process. And as part of that process, it became evident that we were faced with an immediate need for really some generational improvements to the system, the kind that are designed to last 50 years or more, but that unfortunately are very expensive as a consequence. The major investments that were identified are the major rehabilitation of the 130 million gallon a day Wilson treatment plant, that first came online in 1964. I think I was still in Forest Heights Junior High School in 1964. Second, the construction of a new 60-inch raw water transmission line from Lake Maumelle to the Wilson Treatment Plant. This is an item that has consistently been identified in our risk assessments as a potential single point of failure for the utility, and we desperately need the redundancy there to ensure future reliability. Third, Lake Maumelle remediation. Our main water supply lake was constructed in the mid-50s. It was a shallow lake even then. It is currently suffering from a hydrilla infestation and sedimentation on the west end of the lake. This project would kill the hydrilla and dredge the lake to restore its capacity and stream flow within the reservoir. And the fourth is an increase in our rate of aging pipe replacement from in our 2,700-mile distribution system, from an average of replacing all of our linear assets once every 300 years to being able to replace them once every 200 years now. We have pipe in the ground that's 120 years old. That's not the norm. Most of you realize that pipe doesn't last 200 or 300 years. So we still have some work to do there. Mr. Bohannon will go into some detail in explaining that exactly, but we are working on a strategy to address that in the future. So with these major projects, plus the normal rehabilitation and replacement of pumps and tanks throughout the system, this is a $685 million capital investment that will require an almost doubling of rates. It was the Commission's desire to minimize the impact of that rate increase on ratepayers by phasing it in over a 10-year period, and that's the unusual part of the rate plan. We understand it's unusual. We considered several alternatives, I think. With the rate consultant staff, went over 35 or 40 different permutations about how to fund these needed investments. We could, for example, raise the needed revenue. Instead of phased in over 10 years, we could phase it in over 5 years. That would double the immediate impact on our ratepayers. In the end, they would end up with slightly lower rates because we wouldn't have to borrow as much money. We could postpone some of the critical investments. They are long lead time investments. They believe we should begin work on them promptly. And so we consider that postponement not to be prudent nor in the best interest of the utility. We could implement the first half of the rate increase and come back for the second half later. But because of the size of these projects and the amount that needs to be bond financed, that would force us into a position of trying to issue revenue bonds without the guarantee of the full rates in place to repay it. We don't think that that is sound fiscal management, nor do I think the bond markets would look favorably on that approach. So that's why the plan is structured the way it is, to fund these critical but expensive improvements and to minimize the impact on our ratepayers in doing so. In summary, I believe that the planned investments supported by this rate plan are necessary. I believe them to be timely and prudent in order to ensure the delivery of ample, high quality and reliable water well into the 21st century. And finally, let me address an old urban legend that keeps popping its head up, facts to the contrary notwithstanding. The legend is that somehow the ratepayers in Little Rock and North Little Rock are subsidizing our out-of-city ratepayers, when in fact the opposite is true. And as a prime example of that, out-of-city ratepayers and wholesale customers will pay 34% of the cost of the major capital investments in this proposed program of improvements. That's one-third the cost of those big ticket items that Little Rock and North Little Rock ratepayers will not have to pay. That saves our ratepayers $83 million over this time period. So that concludes my opening remarks. As I said, just a broad overview. Mr. Bohannon has all the details, and I'll let him proceed apace.
Mr. Bohannon, I just got a message. Could you go to the podium? Some of our constituents would like to see who's speaking.
Okay.
Sorry about that. Thank you.
No problem. Oops, hit a button. Okay, following up on what Commissioner McKenzie said before I dive into the infrastructure investment plan, I would like to address another misconception related to CAW, which we frequently hear, and that is CAW does not buy systems with Little Rock or North Little Rock ratepayer funds. The alleged purchase price is an amount necessary to pay off any outstanding debt of the to-be-consolidated system, and that debt is paid solely by a surcharge put on the bills of the customers in that area. The general revenues of CAW are not pledged as security for repayment of that debt. Only the surcharge revenue from customers of that former system is pledged to repay that debt. What does that look like? System A wants to become part of CAW, but System A has $5 million in outstanding debt. CAW issues bonds to pay that $5 million, plus all the issuance costs for the bond issue, and establishes a surcharge payable solely by the customers of System A to fully retire that debt in a timely manner. So you can say that CAW buys systems, but it buys systems with revenues that come solely from the purchase systems ratepayers, not residents or businesses within Little Rock or North Little Rock or any other area served by CAW. CAW customers do not pay any of the improvements that are required. Many times when a system asks to become part of CAW, we do an engineering study to determine all improvements that need to be made to bring that system up to our standards. Again, the cost of those improvements is passed on solely to the members of those systems, to the customers of that system, and not residents of North Little Rock, or any of the other areas served by the utility. So let's see. Whoops, come back here. And here's a classic example, so you see what's on. On the left-hand side is some of the systems that have consolidated with Central Arkansas Water in the last few years. And I've given you an example of some of the different surcharges that are placed. Example one is just up there at the top. They pay outside city rates, which are higher than the inside city rates. They pay the watershed protection fee and the billing fee, just like everybody else. And then they have a $32 per month surcharge to retire the required improvements on their bill. Okay? The other one is a little more complicated. Again, they pay outside city rates, they pay watershed protection fee and billing fee, and then they have 3 different surcharges. One was a short-term surcharge, so that CAW would not be out of pocket of any Little Rock or North Little Rock ratepayer money to make short-term improvements. And then the other 2 surcharges were for debt. One was for intermediate debt, and the other one was for long-term debt. So for a period of time, they played all 3 surcharges. The short-term surcharge has now fallen off, and they're still paying the intermediate and the long-term one. Example number 3 is actually one of the most intriguing. Again, it pays outside city rates. They pay the watershed protection fee. They pay the billing fee just like everybody else. And they have a $146 per month surcharge that is added to their bill. So on top of their outside city bill, on top of the other fees that all the residents, that all the customers pay, they pay an additional $146 each and every month to have the privilege of having CAW water. So It's also important to realize that the strategic plan was carefully worked through a number of meetings and what have you, as I discussed earlier, and it boils down to 5 big drops. Those big drops are listed there. That's the 5 areas that CAW is focused on. High VIP employees, high-performing, innovative, values-driven, informed, and passionate. That's what we want all CAW employees to be. System reliability, environmental sustainability, financial viability, and community support. Most of this plan focuses around the 2 highlighted ones. You know, as we look to do the strategic plan, we also looked around at our member cities. And I think it's important to realize that that strategic plan aligns with the City of Little Rock's own policies. It is a policy of the City of Little Rock to ensure citizens receive quality basic services, which includes the provision of clean, healthy water supply. It is also a policy of the city to maintain and improve a comprehensive infrastructure system that meets the changing needs of the community, and that includes water systems. And it's also a policy to promote economic development, and Central Arkansas Water certainly works to make sure that we have clean, abundant water that manufacturers and other facilities want to find when they're looking for new places to relocate. One of the most common questions we get as they come in and do studies is they ask for, what would our water bill be if we're going to use this much water in a day? And we send them the estimates of what that would be, and almost invariably, if they're working with a location recruiter that has not worked with us, they call us back and say, your numbers must be wrong. This is way too low. You made a mistake. Can you relook at it again and make sure that you have everything in there? And of course, the numbers are right, and it is an advantage, and it will continue to be an advantage. Okay? When we look at the 2023 rate plan, it is to support a long-range infrastructure program. This Dallas Morning News article was just forwarded to me today, and it says, the headline is, will Dallas-Fort Worth businesses have enough water in the future? The message, it's time to conserve it now. So, you know, other cities are looking around to make sure that they can have a reliable supply, and we do. We just need to make sure that we can continue to deliver it to our customers and to companies that want to relocate here, and to companies that are already here that use water. So this chart right here kind of breaks it down to the summary. And you ready? Oh, this is still me. I apologize. I am going to ask Rocky Crayley, our rate consultant, to come up in just a minute. This pie chart right here talks down to, and we've gone 10 years out, and I think that's the important thing that you remember. But in an average bill, 10 years from now, 85% of the increase is focused on capital improvements, okay? $2.10 of that increase of an average customer's bill is for O&M, increases in O&M over time. So it's showing that this is not, you know, make CAW's O&M grow dramatically. This is a plan to make sure that we have the infrastructure in place and that we have the resources, including human capital, to be able to maintain that infrastructure. But it is really about making sure that the infrastructure is safe for the future.
Mr. Bohannon, for our public,
yes, sir.
O&M is?
Operations and maintenance. Thank you, sir. I've also heard recently in a recent City Board of Directors meeting a question about capacity. And while this graph is somewhat busy, I'll just direct your attention down to the bottom line, which is the average daily demand. And the brown line that's horizontal above it is what the average day that we can pull water consistently out of Lake Winona and Lake Wamell. Those two lines do not cross until 2100. Okay? And I say one other thing with that when we talk about it, is that engineers, when they put these things together, are usually conservative. And by that I mean the water supply usually lasts longer than what their estimates are when they're coming up with those things. You do see some indications that we would need to expand treatment capacity, but as far as our general water supply from Lake Winona and Lake Maumelle, it's solid. Now, that does not mean that we need to forego a third water source. We need to continually look for that. We need to make sure that we're partnering with the utilities around us. We've done that with the creation of CAW, which has gone and gotten allocations from Greer's Ferry. CAW does have an allocation out of CAW, out of Greer's Ferry. And when combined with others, it could be used in the future to provide additional water from the north. And of course, we have the 100 million gallons that we've acquired for Lake DeGray. We have also worked with our southern partners. They are looking at third water source, alternative water sources themselves, which means we have some conversations and planning that we have to do in conjunction with them, because they do support our ratepayers and support the continuation and the improvement of our infrastructure. Okay, so next thing is capital financing. And both of these tables, I'll start with the blue one, and it's rate-funded capital. It goes back to 2012, and as you can see there, the line is fairly flat at the beginning. You move over a few years, and then it starts to incline quickly. This is when we realize that we really must be investing more money in our infrastructure. And then you see the rate-funded capital going forward, and I'll explain that a little bit more later. On the right side, you also see the debt-funded capital. You see what was debt-funded capital through this year, and then you see the debt-funded capital that we're anticipating for the next 10 years. Now, just a little something about the big number that you see there in 2023. Yes, it's $183 million. That is a big number. It has some really unique and opportunistic things that we can take advantage of. One, the vast majority of that money has a deferment period of 10 years. So to generate and to move the revenue slowly up to where we get to the point that we need to repay that, make that first debt service payment, we have 10 years to do that. So we don't need the money right away, okay, as far as for repaying the bonded indebtedness. And that's why when you look at the infrastructure fee, it starts out in 2024 at 50 cents and then slowly builds up to the $4.25 that will be needed to retire debt in the long run, okay? The other items that I want you to focus on are down below the rate-funded capital screen. And it says, some of our costs pass through directly to the end users of our wholesale customers. One of those would be the watershed protection fee. Why does that 90 cents show up on the meter of all of our wholesale customers, retail customers? Because they benefit from the work that we do to maintain the health and quality of our watershed so that we have a high quality water source. Wholesale partners pay 14% of all the pass-throughs. Outside city sales pay for 20% of all the direct pass-throughs. Other direct pass-throughs include this infrastructure fund fee that we're talking about to be able to have to repay this debt that passes all the way through. On non-pass-through items, wholesale partners still pay 8%, and outside city partners pay 23.3%. So when you look at our general expenses, wholesale partners and outside city customers are paying over 30% of our cost every month. And I think it's important that we remember that and keep that in mind. So, spontaneous breaks on pipe. This is it. This is the magic that says this is why we got work to do. That blue line means that right now in 2022, all of our galvanized pipe we're having 124 spontaneous breaks for every 100 miles of pipe in the ground. That's 124 breaks every year that we don't plan for. Planned breaks are nice. Planned breaks are like when you go, oh, my tires are getting bald, I need to go get new tires. And so you get to plan it, and you move it, and you schedule it when it's convenient to you and your customers. Spontaneous breaks are like when you're on the way to a wedding and you have a flat tire and now you're going to be late. It comes at the most inopportune times. People come home, they don't have water, and so we want to continue to repair pipes to lower spontaneous breaks. The other pipes there are by pipe type, but we are focused right now on galvanized pipe because it is clearly the pipe that is having the highest breakage rate. Okay? So this is what I was talking about. This shows how we haven't been dawdling. We haven't been waiting until 2023 to look at this. If you see down there in 2015, we did, you can see the pipe we did there in the first bar. I became CEO in 2016, and immediately we started ramping up the amount of money. This we recognized was a problem, and we started ramping up to make sure that we were replacing pipe at a better rate. We are still at only every 300 years with all this ramp up. But the good news is, if you look at this graph, you see the history of galvanized pipe breaks, and it's clearly going down. It's showing that our replacement efforts out in the field, that our replacement of pipes is making progress. It's allowing us to provide better service, more reliable service to every one of our customers as we move forward. This shows you the past, and then it shows you what is under the 10-year CIP, the capital improvement plan that's in the infrastructure replacement plan that is before you, that we wish to move forward. And this moves us from replacing pipe every 300 years to replacing pipe every 200 years. And you can see that in this chart. The blue line that heads down, that's the infrastructure, that's the galvanized pipe in the system past its useful life. The green line is where we are now, where we're right at every 300 years, and then you see that it builds up to where it plateaus at replacing pipe every 200 years. Now, this is the pipe, this is the chart that nobody likes to see, okay? And it shows back in 2012, okay, and earlier, we were replacing capital at about a rate of $1.4 million a year. That red line is the growing aged infrastructure. That red line is the infrastructure growing in time that is past its useful life. Now, past its useful life doesn't mean it has to come out of the ground. All right, there's a little more work that has to go into it than that. Just like if you buy those 70-mile tires, 70,000-mile tires, sometimes you can get 80,000 miles out of them. Sometimes you can't, okay? But this shows infrastructure past its useful life back when we were replacing at $1.4 million per year. We raised it a few years ago to the current level at $6 million per year replacing infrastructure in the ground. And as you can see the aged infrastructure past its useful life is still growing, but it's growing at a much slower rate. Under this plan, we would move it to $10 million a year replacing infrastructure, aged infrastructure past its useful life. And as you can see there, we start making headway. We start gaining and making progress. I do want you all to realize, though, that while we're making progress there, this is what we're leaving for our children. That uptick occurs about 1950, 1952. Okay? 2052. Thank you, Commissioner Hartman. Minor details. All right? So the commission is looking at that. This is what I talked about when I said that they're replacing infrastructure. It's not just, oh, it's too old, let's replace it. We have a very robust system of identifying pipe by its criticality, how old it is, the type of soils it's in, how frequently it's had main breaks in the past, what's going to be out of service if it should happen to break. Is it a school? Is it hospitals? You know, we realize that when a school shut down, it means all your workers have to go leave and pick up your kids from school. So a school shutting down not only impacts the school, but it also impacts the employees of our area businesses. Okay, thank you. Stay there, sorry. We talked briefly about the Wilson treatment plant. We have already renovated the Ozark treatment plant. We had $30 million worth of improvements. That treatment plant was built in the 1930s. It had been expanded a little bit, but not significantly updated. Just so you know, the water basins that are up there, some of them were built in the 1890s. Okay, it's good concrete. The engineers told us don't touch it. It's good stuff, leave it alone. After we got done with the Ozark treatment plant, we looked to the Wilson treatment plant, and this is just a brief line out of the engineering report that looked at it. It says, despite the age of these facilities, CAW has been able to consistently produce high-quality drinking water because of the knowledgeable, resourceful, and capable staff. I agree with that. We have outstanding staff that take care and make sure we deliver high-quality water every day. The next sentence is the one that we have to consider, and it says, maintaining the current level of excellence with further deterioration of assets will be challenging to sustain. We do not want to have challenges in delivering high-quality water. We want to make sure that we can do that. So to ensure reliable treatment in the future, vital reinvestment into the facilities infrastructure is needed. So that takes us there. The other one is hydrilla. Hydrilla is the kudzu of the water world, for anybody that knows about kudzu. The little green picture there shows what it looks like. The picture above it shows what it does to the basins at the water treatment plants. But that can be removed with labor and work. It's intensive, but it can be removed with labor and work. The bigger problem is while it's still in the lake, it could create algae blooms, or it can encourage algae blooms, and we do not need algae blooms. If you will remember, about 6 years ago, Toledo's entire water system was shut down because they had an algae bloom around their intake site, and they could not get rid of it, so they had to shut down their water system. We do use technology to help us, and if you look at that map there of Lake Maumelle, the pink and the white show the infestations of hydrilla in the lake. In the far west, where it's really pink and really white, that's past on the west side of Highway 10. That's where the Maumelle River comes into the lake. That has been filling with silt for the past 70 years. There's never been any work done to do that. So one of the things that we need to do is actually dredge that area out to restore volume, but that's not near as important is to restore depth so that it doesn't promote the growth of grasses and other invasive species in the water, because it's not there yet, but it's moving gradually from being a lake in that end to being wetlands instead. So we need to make sure that we can maintain a clear channel coming through there. And that's kind of the three big projects that we have in there. Of course, there are all other kinds of projects of replacing pump stations, tanks, making other improvements, relocating water mains. You know, it's sometimes easy to forget, and I know the city has had its challenges too, but the widening of Interstate 30 and the new bridge on Interstate 30 means that we had to take a pipeline that was initially built in the late 1960s and still had plenty of life on it, and take it down so that they could tear down that part of the bridge, and we had to put a new one up on the other side. It's an unexpected expense that came along. That happens regularly. Not all the time, but it's there. But you can see there's a number of other major capital projects through the period to make sure that we can continue to deliver the high-quality water that we deliver today as reliably as we deliver it today. So if you don't mind, at this point I'm going to take a break and get something to drink, and I'm going to ask Rocky Crowley from Raftillis to come up here. He is a rate consultant we used. They are a national firm, well recognized, and so he's going to walk you through the process for the determination of the rates that we're looking at.
Directors, thank you for having me here today, and thanks to the Board of Commissioners and the CAW staff. My name is Rocky Crowley. I am a Vice President at Raftillis. We are a nationwide rates management and financial consulting firm. I work with utilities across the country as well. So, and I've had the privilege of working with CAW for more than a decade now. So, On this particular slide, we just wanted to highlight the fact that we have a financial forecast there on the right. Our model that we developed for this particular study does exceed and goes out to 2050 to mirror the plan that Commissioner McKenzie introduced in the beginning of this meeting. But really with the focus of the next 10 years. And so we have the 10-year plan on the right. And while there are some increases to operations and maintenance costs, I want to direct you to really, again, the message is that capital is the primary focus over the next 10 years. And so we have the largest increases in those kind of red bar and green bar. And the red bar is that rate-funded capital piece, or the amount that's spent on capital investment infrastructure from the rates in that particular year. And so it's kind of cash that's used to spend on infrastructure. The green is proposed debt service or new debt service, where other improvements are debt financed for a little bit more of a longer term period there. And then just kind of wanted to highlight the fact that that blue line going across is the revenue at current rates. And it is unfortunately insufficient to meet the objectives that the utility have over the next 10 years. And so that kind of top line that goes across the top of the graph indicates the 10-year rate plan, the revenue at the, resulting from the 10-year rate plan that is sufficient to meet both operational, capital, and financial targets for the 10-year period. So, and one other thing I'd like to point out is that implementing a multi-year plan, a 10-year plan like this, really does do there are a number of advantages to doing that. For a utility, you have kind of the security, the financial stability and viability of the utility. You also have, as again, I think Commissioner McKenzie pointed out, from a debt perspective, you're also getting the rates in place so that when you go to issue debt to pay for some of those large capital projects that Mr. Bohannon introduced, you really have that kind of commitment already to the rates are in place, and the bond markets look very favorably upon that, as well as your credit rating from the rating agencies are also, that's a very favorable for your rating, for your utility rating. Additionally, it provides staff both that, not only on the finance side, but really the operational and capital side for implementation of these projects. Many of them do take multiple years for both design and construction, and so you have that security of having the rates in place to be able to pay for those projects, moving them forward through the various phases of design and construction. And then finally, it's also an advantage to the customer. It's one of those things where it provides both residential and commercial customers the ability to budget. Sometimes if utilities may do year-to-year rate increases, commercial customers in particular, but also residential customers, are really then at the mercy of what the next year's rate increase will be. This 10-year rate plan, not only for the utility, but for the customer, will lay out that kind of transparency that will provide them the ability to budget and look at their own household budgets. On this slide, we have a snapshot of the rate plan. Couldn't fit all of it all in one slide. So we showed the first 5 years and then kind of have a little bit of a break and then the rates in 2032. I do want to point out 4 different things within this rate structure. First and foremost, at the top, you have kind of the fixed monthly charge. Below that, you have a sprinkler fixed charge. One of the objectives discussed with the Board of Commissioners at various times over the past 8 months as we were going through this rate study process was that was there reason to reduce that sprinkler fixed charge for sprinkler meters. And so we are indeed reflecting a reduction to the sprinkler fixed charge beginning in 2023, right now slated for a July 1 implementation. To reflect kind of a reduced cost because it's all in the same bill. And then additionally, we have on the residential tiers, we are moving from a 2-tier structure to a 3-tier structure. You can see that they're kind of tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3. The current tiers are 0 to 33 CCF and then above 33. Proposed tiers, we're going to 0 to 5 CCF per month, and then tier 2, 6 to 15, and then above 15. The reason for that is multifold there. First of all, from a tiered structure perspective, 3 tiers are the most common tiers. And as we have them structured, really the first tier is for that kind of essential indoor usage for hygiene, cooking, cleaning, those types of essential things that all customers, all residential customers benefit from. And then tier 2 is more of, you kind of start to move into higher usage, perhaps some outdoor usage, and that provides a kind of a reasonable amount of outdoor usage. And then above tier 2, we have a tier 3 above 15 CCF, and that's really for the kind of more significant users within the system. And then the third thing I'd like to point out is we are kind of consolidating the large volume customer class into commercial. When we looked at the cost of service, we found there's that cost the utility approximately the same to serve those customers based on their peaking and their other customer behavior. So we're consolidating that into one class. And then finally, at the very bottom, we are including the introduction of an infrastructure fee that will be a fixed charge that ramps up over time and will pay for lake remediation issues, pay for the Wilson treatment plant, and pay for the raw water line. And it'll be linked to that particular debt service. And it's my understanding that, that once that debt service is retired, then that fee would be retired as well. So, just to provide a little bit of perspective, when you just look at rates, we calculated and are showing here some residential bills, just for your information, at kind of a lower 3 CCF per month, a 5 CCF, which is kind of our kind of overall average bill, and then some of the higher usage water bills, although not many customers, frankly, get above that. And highlighted there, the typical bill right now is about $19.22. It over time increases, and then by 2032, or that last year in the plan, is at $38.95 for the typical customer at 5 CCF per month. In one of the kind of several articles about this particular study over the past 8 months, I am quoted in one of them as saying that from current rates, it's approximately about a half a penny per gallon. As we talked about this 10-year rate plan, by year 10, it'll approximately be doubled, and therefore it'll be 1 penny per gallon. And it's very, you know, again, in my experience within the industry and running multiple national surveys, that the penny is very reasonable in terms of water rates from other utilities. One particular rate survey that is done by Memphis Gas, Water, and Light, or I may have that mixed up, but it's the Memphis survey. Everyone looks at this, and that's on this particular list. And Central Arkansas Water has one of the most affordable, at a 10 CCF per monthly bill. It's one of the lowest among their peers on this particular rate survey. We took, just for kind of a point of reference, what that monthly bill would be in year 2032, and actually compared it to all other of the bills, the 2022 bills, but from the other cities, and it would be ranked 35th in this particular today's rates. And so, again, that's very reasonable, and it's also unrealistic to think that not all of these utilities will have rate increases at least once, probably multiple times over the next 10 years. Additionally, when you begin talking about rates in my business, I tend to hear a lot about kind of affordability comes into the discussion, and that's certainly an important topic to consider. There are a lot of ways to consider affordability within the industry, and frankly, it's a buzz right now in terms of different ways to look at customer affordability. We wanted to highlight 2 here, and so on the left, we looked at the monthly bill based on kind of hours worked at minimum wage. That is one way right now within the industry. And 8 hours tends to be that kind of mark. Below 8 hours, you're kind of deemed, you want to be below 8 hours for the kind of more reasonable, more affordable bills. And as you can see here, the current bill is at about 1 hour and 1.75 hours at minimum wage. And then even by 2032, we are below 4 hours worked at minimum wage, I think 3.5. On the right, this is kind of one of the more common ones. You may have heard it. It's discussed a lot nationally in terms of comparing the customer bill to median household income. And so on the right, we show that as a chart. And typically within the industry, there's the 2% rule, if you will. And so anything under 2% is deemed kind of more reasonable, more affordable. And as you can see here, the current one is under 0.5%, and even by 2032, it's at 0.87%. Yes, sir.
I think it's important to point out, and these two charts are key to me in terms of affordability. This assumes that neither the minimum wage nor the median household income changes in that 10-year period. And we know that's not likely to be the case, but even with that conservative assumption, we are still well within the affordability standards.
That's a great point. Thanks for pointing that out, Commissioner. I'll turn it back to Tad at this point.
So, as the commission has worked through this thing and has looked at it, and as staff has looked at them and followed their direction, I think it's important to remember that failure is not an option. We've all heard stories in the news, and I'll talk about that in a minute, but you know, if we have failure on the water system, one, it destroys trust. And we can't destroy trust in the water system. We already have too many people that buy bottled water, sometimes out of convenience, but sometimes out of fear. And we need to overcome that fear and make sure that people trust the potable water supply that we're able to deliver. That said, there was an independent study. We didn't even know anything about it. It's done by a national firm, and they actually looked around and interviewed thousands of customers, and they actually called us up and said, we just want you to know that based on all the utilities that we surveyed, Central Arkansas Water is the #2 utility as far as being most trusted in the country. Now, how Fairbanks, Alaska beat us out, I don't know. Maybe, I don't know. But that tells us a lot that the people trust the water supply, and we want to retain that trust by making sure that we can deliver high-quality water every day, because we can't afford to lose it. So the last thing I want to look at is this just between now and Christmas, if you just look back in that short period of time, Memphis Gas and Light, by the way, they were #4 on that low rates. And part of the reasons they were rates because they also have electricity and they have gas with them. And so water is kind of it's just kind of the thing off to the side that it's the lowest thing on their revenue stream. They had to issue boil water notices to their customers on Christmas Eve. How many of you would have had your families over and been celebrating Christmas, and then all of a sudden Christmas dinner is out the window because now we're having to do boil orders to be able to have water to drink? Shreveport had a similar problem. And I think it's important that when we look at these problems, we understand what's the cause of those. It's infrastructure in the ground. It's pipe breaks. It's spontaneous. It's leaks in the system. Okay? We try to maintain our lost water, unaccounted for water below 9%, which puts us near the top of the country, and we really work hard on that. What happens when you start allowing your leaks to happen in your system so that there's already holes there? When there's a freeze and a bunch more holes, you're on that tipping point. You're on that point where your system is going to lose pressure because you are operating so close to that tipping point of maintaining pressure in the system, that with just a few more breaks from a hard freeze or whatever the cause is, it tips over and you can no longer maintain pressure in the system. Therefore, replacement of infrastructure is critical to make sure that we continue to do it. Now, we proved in February of last year during what's called Snowmageddon that our operators could keep it going. It got touch and go at times. We had people turning pumps around and running in directions that we never knew we could swing water, okay? And that goes back to the dedicated workforce doing it. But everybody stayed in water during Snowmageddon. I had one lady call me and tell me, you know, it's okay, sorry, Jay, sorry, you know, but it's okay that we lost electricity because I have a little stove thing on the side of my LP gas grill, and so I was still able to make macaroni and cheese for the kids, even though we didn't have electricity in the house anymore because we had water. And that's really important, and we want to be able to make sure we can do that. The last story down there on the very bottom was the water boil order issued for more than 2 million people in Houston. I know Yvonne. She is a wonderful operator of a system. If you all don't remember during the last hurricane that came through and the last problems that they had, Houston was being praised in the national media for maintaining their system as they went through that and keeping their water. Here, in this system where they had to put $2 million people on a boil order so that they could have safe water to drink if they wanted to do it, was due to an electrical issue. They didn't have the backup systems on the electrical side that they needed to be able to maintain their systems and maintain pressure and keep pump working when they need it to be done. So we can't just look at pipes, and if you look at the major infrastructure list that I had up there, you know, backup generators are in there. We have backup generators, but they're getting old. One of the things we heard, and I know Director Adcock asked us to bring some of our folks that went down and worked on some other systems, is, you know, keeping those backup generators operating is really important. There are systems that haven't operated. They've got a backup generator. They just haven't turned it on in years. You know, we test ours all the time. We test it for load. We make sure that it works. So with that, this is the backdrop that our commission is looking at and saying, how do we make sure that we continue to be able to deliver high-quality water to our citizens every day? So with that, our future is to be resilient and trusted. There is in the strategic plan to be net zero by 2050. We have a solar plant that's going to deliver about 25% of our power, which is nice because it fixes our electric costs for the next 30 years. But we also need workforce. We have the same problems that the city and everybody else is suffering from, is workforce is leaving, chasing dollars. Where can they get the most raise? Where can they do the things? So we have to be able to maintain that high VIP employees that make sure our system keeps operating, and we need to be the best utility that we can be in our neighborhoods. So with that, the point you've been waiting for, I'm sure, is questions.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bohannon and the members of the Central Arkansas Water Commission. We do appreciate your time and attention to this very important matter to the residents of the city of Little Rock as it relates to our water infrastructure and needs as we move forward as a city. We do appreciate the outside consultants providing their detailed information as well. Members of the city board, I'll keep a running tally. Director Miller, then Director Computers.
Thank you, Mayor.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And thank you for the presentation. To me, the big question in my mind is the interlocal agreement, because I don't know what it allows us to do, what we can do, what it states the process is for us as, you know, as the Little Rock City Board. I don't know what that is until I get a real good understanding of what the interlocal agreement allows us to do and what it allows Central Arkansas Water to do. I want to make sure that if I'm asking a question, it's not in conflict with the interlocal agreement of what they can do and what they can't, what we can do and what we can't do. So I need an overview of the interlocal agreement, what they in Central Arkansas Water can do as far as this rate is concerned, and what are our options as the Little Rock City Board?
Sure, I can answer that in a very simplistic way, and then I'll ask if the city attorney thinks we need to add to my commentary. It's the understanding that I can't go into the details in the local agreement. We can definitely get an overview of that. But essentially, this commission can make a decision if two cities disagree with that decision. It can be overridden. That's in the simplest form, Mr. City Attorney.
The interlocal agreement was drafted in the spirit of regionalism for the city. The city of North Little Rock was threatening to sue the city of Little Rock over its water provisions based upon I think it was a 1925 purchase by the city of Little Rock of a North Little Rock water system. Rather than get into whether we wanted to have a lawsuit, the two cities began meeting together. The interlocal agreement, which is under a special statute, it's not like the ones that have set up alone some of the other interlocal agreements, pretty much delegate all authority for the water utility to this organization. The two cities, Little Rock and North Little Rock, are the only ones that can vote against an action being taken by Central Arkansas Water, whether that's the appointment of a member of the board of Central Arkansas Water or the issuance of bonds, things of that nature. If there isn't mutual disagreement, then Central Arkansas Water is allowed to go forward. The entire theory was that once the assets were developed and given to one group for both sides of the river, then there would be no political battles over them. We gave up all of our utilities, our towers for communications, Lake Maumelle, our interest in Lake DeGray and Lake Winona. North Little Rock gave up what it had in its water system.
So let me ask you, if North Little Rock says okay to this,
we're out of luck.
Then Little Rock has no option.
Well, there's a potential option, but the whole thrust of Central Arkansas Water was, can we work to cooperate to get water to our citizens and to the surrounding community? And so rather than go into what might be a way, I think the focus needs to be, what can we do to make this work?
Director Gutierrez.
Tad, Jim, thank you. Virgil, to answer your question, having been one of the longest people around here, basically this was set up so that there was a situation where one city couldn't thwart the other. You had to have both of them wanting something to change. So that's either the fail-safe if there's a good administration and a good board, or it makes it where if there's a bad administration and a bad board, we're in real trouble. And I think we have to assume, and I think we do have a good board that's trying to do the right thing. Tad, let me just ask you a theoretical question. Let's just assume you get 5 years into this and all hell breaks loose. and then you come back to the board that I'm not sitting on and the board of North Little Rock, and you say, you know, guys, we've got a real problem. We're going to have a bigger rate increase, though we said to you that this 10-year rate increase is the only one we're going to have. What's the answer to that, and what are you going to do? And I'm assuming you'll be here, and some of your board members will be here.
Well, first of all, I'd like to thank you for assuming that I'm going to be here.
After tonight, you may not want to be, but
if that happens, you know, I think the board then has, the Board of Commissioners at the Central Arkansas Water has to look at what the situation is and what happens. Do they hold to their commitment to the ratepayers and to the cities that this is what we're doing, and they make adjustments in how they're doing, or do they have another conversation? And I think, you know, I think that's important that it's a good question to ask, but just like I may not be here and I don't know that these same commissioners are going to be here, all I can say is I can tell you what I would do, and I would hold to the commitment we made to our ratepayers and do everything within my power to stay that way.
well, another way of asking the question is that in this 10-year rate increase that is fairly unprecedented, is there anything built in here to increase the reserves so that you don't have in the next 10 years to have to come back and ask for more?
Yes, and thank you for asking that question. We have a rate stabilization account. It probably has approximately $10 million in it. Its purpose is to ride those waves of changes so that there's not something that happens and that we can pull money out of it or put money into it, depending on what's going on. Over the past years, it has built up to about $10 million, and it's available there. So if something, you know, immediate came on, that it could carry you through that. Within this rate, there's a problem with it, though, that from when it was initially set up. And that is, we also have requirements and bond commitments to maintain days cash on hand. So we have to have so much in reserves of days cash on hand, and the rate stabilization account money is included. I'm getting way too in the weeds, I'm sorry. But yes, we're going to increase reserves by $10 million.
What is your bond coverage on this, and where does it come from?
Our bond coverage comes from rates and revenues that we have, and I can get my CFO, who's right back here somewhere, to come up here next.
What percentage? 1.25, 1.3?
1.25, 1.2 is most of the bond issues. Now our target is 1.75. We want sufficient coverage so that if something happens, we do not have a bond violation. Just like the city maintains its bond coverage ratios above the minimum probably of 1.2. So, but yeah, our target, our kind of floor that we try to stay under is 1.75. So we try to stay above.
Is that what it's been in the past?
Yes, sir.
It's a pretty aggressive bond coverage.
Saying it's too high?
Well, if you're increasing rates, yeah. I mean, I applaud you being conservative, but I mean, I was assuming your rate coverage maybe 1.25, 1.3, or something like that.
The interesting thing with water utilities is we are volumetric dependent. And so on any given year, the rates can swing because you do not turn on your sprinklers. And so we can see years where if we have wet years, like we had 2 years ago, where it seemed like every time we got to about every fourth day when people would be turning on their sprinklers, it rained again. So people did not use the amount of water that they used. In fact, if you look at the consumption, it's been going down, and when we have a dry year, it really goes down. So to bridge from year to year to make sure that we have enough coverage, this commission is established at 1.75.
And is that, you notice your consultant is moving up, trying to answer that question.
I'd like to add another kind of kind of other perspective to debt service coverage, sir. It's actually also driven by the amount the utility wants to rate fund capital piece, and it's the way the calculation works. We don't need to get into all of that, but essentially the coverage is debt plus other capital costs. And so while some utilities need to raise rates to meet debt service coverage and try to meet their targets, either their covenants or if they have an internal target, it's also, in this case, actually, the utility is focusing on their annual renew and replacement program and really trying to ramp that up over time. And Tad showed a photo or a graph of that going up. Just by actually making that a priority, that actually drives the coverage. It's more the increase to fund that program, and the coverage ends up being the kind of the result of that. So while it's also good to have that target and make sure you have that buffer for rating agencies and for weathering ups and downs and dips, as Tad mentioned, in this case, it's actually really driven by the rate-funded capital piece. That's that kind of really important, doing that kind of pipe in the ground renewal, moving from 300 years to 200-year replacement.
Okay. Well, Town, another question going on that same thing. If this moves forward and there's not a catastrophe, you don't have everything go to hell in a handbasket at one time, can you tell the public that you can't promise, but with pretty great assurity, that there's not going to be another rate increase during this 10-year period of time?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then the third question, going back to the misconceptions that you say we all have about we're selling water and we're the Little Rock and North Little Rock is being the beneficiary of Maumelle or Fraser Pike or wherever. If you have these rate increases, do they have the same percentage rate increase on what they're doing?
They actually pay 1.3 of the rate increase on the base charge and 1.6 on the volumetric charge.
So they're actually going to be paying more on this rate increase than the citizens of Little Rock and North Little Rock?
Correct.
Okay. And then just as an interesting question, from what you said before, when you look at those rates that Jim was talking about, do they have a time that those rates go off, that they pay off the improvements that join Central Arkansas Water?
You're talking about the surcharge that's on those bills?
Right.
Yes, those surcharges fall off as the debt falls away that was put into place to pay for the improvements to connect.
But when that happens, their premium to get our water doesn't go away.
That is correct. They're still paying the 1.3 on the base charge and the 1.6 on the volumetric charge.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor, we have a new vice mayor.
Rick Hines, sorry.
I don't want to step on Vice Mayor Webb's toes. Tad, Jim, and CAW board members, thank you for coming. I know you guys had rather terse conversation when I called you guys upset with the fact that y'all had staff had talked to North Little Rock, engaged them, and I kind of felt like we were left holding the bag. And based on the agreement, the interlocal agreement, you only got to satisfy one of us. And I've got this predates my getting on the board, but there are some structural issues with our interlocal agreement. But we're here to talk about a $700 million rate increase and doubling of water rates for our citizens. And Jim, I appreciate your candor in our meeting, but you told me that if you get here in 5 or 6 years and you're a board member, and I would imagine you were going to be there for another 5 or 6 years, you just flat out told me, well, if we don't get there, we'll just take another rate increase. And that has been the track record for this utility since it was created. And that is my concern. The Ralph Tillis rate study, the initial thing I said was, bring us rates unconstrained by a budget. That's also a red flag. Unconstrained spending leads to wasteful spending. It leads to impacts on our residents. And, you know, and y'all can tell me I'm wrong, but you guys as CAW board members are there to represent the ratepayers, not the utility, but the ratepayers. You guys are our members to protect the ratepayers. And I get you're trying to protect us with safe water, but we have had issues. This goes back to when you guys put the tiered sprinkler meter charge, which I now see there's going to be a third tier to it. Just a lot of things that I think, you know, as we go around, we would never even contemplate taking a rate increase this big. And I told you the issues I had were the span of it. And so I guess some of the questions for the gentleman from Raftillis is, you know, how often do you do a 10-year rate increase? I know what we do in business trying to forecast 3 years out is virtually impossible. And that's my questions is the length of the rate increase. You know, I get some of the thinking behind doing it for 10 years, but I just don't see how you can do that. And then as I was looking at some stuff on the website today, the CAW website, you know, our debt for the utility has ballooned from, and this is off of you guys, from I think 2016, there was 88 million issued, and now in 2020, you guys are projecting 141 million. That's not a drop in the bucket. And I get you guys have made improvements to those plants, but our debt's already ballooning, and it doesn't look like we've been retiring it at a rate. It's just going to go up. But you know, I'm not happy with this. I'm not happy with the way the interlocal agreement works. I think that from a, you know, I think that's probably where I'm most disappointed is the fact that there was little to no engagement until I started raising holy hell about what was going on. And I don't think myself as an elected representative, because guess who my constituents are going to come? They're going to call when their water bills go up and they double and this tiered system goes in. They're calling me. They're not calling you guys. And they're going to hold us accountable. Now, we can all wring our hands and say, well, we tried our best and they got it done, you know, even over our objections, which could happen. But I just question the length and the fact that a rate study was asked to be done unconstrained by budget. And me as a business person, as a deal, I just don't understand it. And I get you've got a 20-50-year plan, but you don't always get everything you want. You need to get what you need to provide safe water. And that may be what you guys are telling us, but it to me just looks, it's concerning.
Let me start first. One, I don't think in our conversation that I ever said, although you alleged, that we told the staff to develop a rate plan unconstrained by budgets. What we told the staff to do, because it's our job, we have a stewardship duty to the utility and the ratepayers to recommend what's best for the utility. If we don't have all the facts, we can't correctly make that recommendation. The previous rate plan was pre-constrained based on a rate assumption, okay? And so all of the capital needs weren't addressed because it was pre-constrained. What we wanted to know in our 2050 plan was, unconstrained by rate assumptions, what capital needs does the utility have? From that strategic plan, then came the capital improvement plan based on our assessment of the immediate needs of the utility for some major investment. From that, then came the rate plan. Second, I don't believe I ever said in 5 years, if this is not enough, we're going to come back for a rate increase. Our option has always been, as it has been since 2018, is to do the best we can with what we have where we are. That's kind of an old Teddy Roosevelt saying, and to manage our way out of it. This is not a 10-year budget. And the rate plan is based on a set of assumptions. If the assumptions change and we're wrong on stuff, we make adjustments within the budget we have, but most of this rate plan is for capital improvements. The flexible part is the O&M, and that's a very small part of it, but we will make do as best we can. Now, if an asteroid hits the Earth, that kind of changes everybody's assumptions, and we all start from scratch. But Mr. Bohannon guaranteed to you that in the next 10 years, we wouldn't be back for a rate increase, and I think his word is good.
And I appreciate Tad's statement to that fact, but I got a much different impression of our meeting together from you as our commissioner. And, that's been the track record since the utility was created. Anytime you guys have had a shortfall on volumetric charges, we've seen it happen with our interstate highway tax that's based on gallons, tax per gallon, where we push CAFE standards that continue to push higher fuel standards. We've kind of cut our nose to spite our face. It's also happened in this. You guys have taken other rate increases that don't look like rate increases, where you reduce the base volumetric charge for the folks using the least amount of water. And that's another increase. And we've been very direct with you. For most of my constituents, this doesn't have as big an economic impact for a lot of the folks. I'm fortunate to represent one of the fairly wealthier wards in the city, but it does have an impact in other parts of our city where our folks are living hand to mouth in an inflationary period, and it's a concern. It's a concern for me. I mean, like I said, if I looked at it from the viewpoint of West Little Rock and most of my constituents, it's probably not going to be as big an impact. But to sit up here and say that, well, it's just 1 cent. No, it's a doubling. And you can go back to your numbers from 2006 to 2022, the rates doubled. You guys are now proposing a 10-year doubling of rates, and it's like taking 16 years. And granted, you say you need it to improve the infrastructure and you want to accelerate that. I just question the length, the amount. It does nothing to address a tertiary water source from DeGray or that, securing rights of way, pipeline, any of that issue that we fought so hard to buy those deals. You guys also talked from a strategic standpoint about the Achilles heel of the Wilson plant. Although you guys are planning on spending $150 million to rebuild that plant, but you're not building in any redundancy if something happens there. You're still going to be in the same boat. And I think that's, from a standpoint, those are the things that concern me. And this is why we're having this meeting, to get it out in the air. And we may agree to disagree on this, and you guys may get your rate increase, but the length of time and the sheer amount of it, and to say that it's not going to cause inflationary pressure in this market is, and I don't know what the escalator the Raftillis guys use, but we've seen it in the city when we passed the sales tax. We were getting really cheap infrastructure projects, and as the economy heated up, competition, we had fewer and fewer bidders, we had higher and higher prices, and we get less for our money, and that's my concern. And I'd much rather have a shorter time period, a 5-year period that would make me feel more comfortable, and then come back in another at the end of that 5-year period and say, this is what we've done, this is where we're going. Because what I see in projects is 100 and I don't see and maybe because it's intertwined and we've been given a lot of information, I don't see the $700 million. It's like a projection of where you guys are going to spend You got some specific projects, a pipeline, $150 million at the Wilson plant. I get those. But it's this going out 6 and 10 years into the future, projecting what you're going to do without any real concrete stuff there. And once it comes in, then you guys can decide as boards change like they do here, you can spend the money on different projects. I mean, there's concrete things in here. I just think it's too long and too much from that standpoint.
Director Phillips.
Thank you, Mayor. First, I want to thank CAW and their commission for coming to share with us. I know this is a long process that y'all have been engaged in and have relationships with, I think, all of the commissioners, and appreciate the work that you're doing on behalf of ratepayers throughout Central Arkansas. So thank you for that. I wanted to add at least some context for our constituents that, as an at-large member, I share with all other members of this board. I mean, put it simply, things cost money. And last year we proposed and had a bond initiative approved because we wanted to make capital improvements to our streets, to drainage. We need to buy fire equipment. So we went to the city and we had this argument that, hey, we need to spend a little money to take care of things. And our citizens responded. They voted yes. They understand things cost money. And I think that same premise applies to this utility and the other utilities across that affects our constituents, that we don't lose sight of that we want to take care of our city and our citizens, and those things cost money to do that. So I just want to make sure that as our citizens are watching this, that we are mindful, we understand the cost aspect, but we also want to provide good services, and that's why we had our bond initiative that passed. And I think similar vein is where our CAW Board of Commissioners is coming from. So I wanted to say those two things, and then I had a question, and I've been to commission meetings before, so I didn't know, Mayor, if we were allowing the other commissioners to chime in if they wanted to. I know they don't have a hand to raise like we do. I don't know if they want to, but if they do, I do want to give them the opportunity to take a little personal privilege as a board member to allow them to speak if they wanted to. But before we do that, I wanted the consultant, I forget your name. Rocky.
Yes, sir.
Director Compeers asked about the debt coverage and how CAW debt coverage is probably a little more conservative than what the city does or what we expect. I just want to give you an opportunity to explain the benefits of having that type of debt coverage as it relates to the bonds.
Thank you for that. And so first and foremost, it is not advisable to kind of have your target at the covenant level. I mean, you run risk of default, and very bad things happen when you hit the default of the bond covenant. So it is very prudent for utilities to have above the covenant and have some level of buffer there to provide should revenues in one particular year come in much lower than anticipated for whatever reason. It's very important to have a buffer there from the. Additionally, it really impacts your bond rating, and from a utility's perspective. And Fitch is probably one of the more kind of aggressive rating agencies, and their average is well above 2, actually 2.0. So that they recommend and they want you to have. And so there's different. Certainly, there's advantages and disadvantages to running a little lean or to having a target that provides some additional buffer, if you will, for revenue coming in and out. And so I think in this particular case, their target, CAW's target, provides both that kind of security from an annual basis from one point to the next, also provides them very favorable outlook from the rating agencies, and I know that they take that with pride. It in the end also costs the customer less by having a higher rating. So when you go to bond market, you get better interest rates, and so that really turns into dollars actually down the line. And then again, as I kind of pointed out a little bit earlier, it also, that target, that kind of above the covenant provides that amount of money for that rate-funded capital, or that amount that the utility can kind of cash fund some of those utility, or some of the infrastructure that they want to do, and especially line replacement. That is something that should be paid out of annual cash, not debt financed, because it is something that should be happening year after year after year. And so all those things are really the advantages of having a target above the actual covenant.
Okay, thank you. And this may be a question for you or Tad, but to Director Hines' point about the timing or the length of time, I'm assuming if we had a shorter runway, that means that the rate would have to be higher to get the same amount of dollars. Is that fair?
Yes, sir, that's correct. If you accelerated rate adjustments, you would certainly, say over a 5-year period, it would certainly cost the customers more within the 5-year period. Ultimately, though, the rate would be less if you kind of look at year 10, and so there would be a reduction, but if you kind of look over the 10-year period, it would actually cost the customer a bit more because you're raising them much faster earlier on, since it would be accelerated.
Okay, I understand that. And Mr. Bohannon, a last question before I allow the commissioners to speak.
And Director Phillips, we do have other board members who need to speak as well before then.
Okay, I took some personal privilege. You taking it back?
I'm just, make sure you know board members are priority.
I understand, Mayor, but I do want to hear from, I mean, this is a work session, so it shouldn't just be us talking. It should be a dialogue. So I would like them to have opportunity to speak as well.
They will. Agree.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Bohannon, as it relates to other, I mean, how do you compare CAW to other agencies when you're talking about this rate increase? Have you looked around? Are other agencies doing this gradual thing, or are they doing the 5-year thing, the 1-year thing? How do we compare?
There are some cities that have looked long-term like this. It's certainly not a unique way of approaching it. I will, well, I'm always frank, so I'll just be, sorry, Mayor, I'm not referring to you. I'm always.
Not the first time for that to happen.
I'm always straight in that, you know, many times the water utility is, and when they're looking at long-range planning, is constrained by political realities. The election cycle is shorter than the long-term infrastructure cycle. And so, you know, there are systems that do shorter because they got to get reelected. And so they look at it that way. I mean, that is one of the, I think, absolutely geniuses about how CAW was set up to focus on making sure that we continue to be able to provide outstanding high-quality water. As far as, I want to step back a little bit and talk about the bond rating thing, if you don't mind, real quick. And that is, when you look at a bond rating, and we're AA2, okay? We're as high as anybody in the state except for the state, okay? So we have a great bond rating, which means we get very good interest rates when people bid on our bonds in the public market. But there's several parameters, and, you know, Director Compuris, you know, our commission's kind of focused on debt coverage ratio as one of the areas where we'll be strong. One of the areas where we are not strong is days cash on hand. We do not have just piles and piles of cash sitting around. We go to, I mean, it's a lot of money, don't get me wrong, but as far as concerning the operations of the utility, we only have a limited amount available. Many of the AA2 utilities, they have 430, 475 days cash on hand. They can go more than a year without collecting a single dollar and know that they can meet all of their operating and all of their debt services experiences. This board, this commission has historically chosen to not carry that strong of days cash on hand. I commend them for that because that's ratepayer monies that they would be taking out of the ratepayers and sticking in CAW's coffers, but they want to hold that down as low as possible, but they still want that high rating. So, you know, there is it's it's not just any one thing that enables you to keep that high bond rating so you get the lowest interest cost. It's a combination of a variety of things. And having a strong debt service coverage ratio helps us get there. But there are areas, other areas in that calculation that goes into it that this board said, you know, we're not going to go there. We're going to make sure that the rating agencies know we're strong through other means versus just having a ton of days cash on hand. So, did I answer your question?
You did, and gave me more than I asked for.
Okay. I have
thank you.
I have a habit of doing that. Thank you.
Director Adcock.
Tad,
Yes, ma'am.
I probably have listened to more presentations on the water than any other director in this room. And I found something missing tonight.
Okay.
And I need you to get me some information because we usually hear about the water source. If we take all this money on infrastructure, then if, as Dr. Campira says, all hell breaks loose on our water sources, then what do we have to fall back on? I need you to get me an update on the water sources because I can't look at infrastructure until I know that our water sources are safe and that we have a plan in case something happens and we're spending all the money on infrastructure. So I need something from you all about the water sources that we have, how secure are they, and how much can we depend upon them. And my second point is when we have just had such a large increase by Summit Energy, the bills this month have been so high on people, and I can just imagine all of our phones as we go home. People have $300 Summit bills, they've got $200 energy bills, and we're sitting wanting here to increase the water bills. So we need more information. I don't feel like I've got enough information to really look at this. If I don't know the water sources, I really am not looking at a 10-year because I don't know the other utilities, what their increases are. So I think we need more information on this.
Okay. I'm making notes. I saw a couple of commissioners making notes, and Chelsea made notes too. So we'll definitely work to give you that information.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
I do want to add that, and I'm
The
speaking
mayor
now.
is cutting us off, so we need to stop.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So
I'll
that
stop.
was all my questions, and you answered them, and just give me my information.
Yes, ma'am. We'll
Thank
take
you.
care of that.
And in fact, get it for all the board.
Okay.
All right. Director Hines, do you have your hand back up?
Yeah, I just had one more question.
Then Director
So,
Wyrick. Tran, still up, Director Wyrick?
Tad or your CFO, how much of this new rate increase is going to go to retiring bonds we've already issued, that $140 million that's ballooned up that I read on your website? Or are we paying off those bonds from current revenues?
Paying off those bonds from current revenues.
Okay. Thanks.
All right, Director Wyrick.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Tad, for coming to do this presentation, and all of the commissioners. I get to see Jay Hartman in person. I've only talked to him on the phone. But, you know, I was around, been around a while. I was around with Dean and Joan whenever we passed the ordinance resolution to combine the water sources. And a lot of people in the community wanted that, our developers, you know, because they were all about finding another resource. We didn't want to run out of water, okay? So I remember all of that happening, and you've done a good job in telling us that the cost of this, these projects, this 10-year project, is going to be shared by the other water companies or the other water locations that you serve. So I get that. When I look at, you want to do the O&M, And when I look at that, I see these spontaneous breaks, and I see information about pipeline replacements and, the galvanized pipes and the mains and, all that kind of stuff. So I know when you went into these communities, you picked up whatever lines that they had in place. And some of them were better than others. We had a great person that ran the water company in Little Rock, and he said, our lines were better than any place else. And so, we were very proud of that. But what I'm wondering is, these water replacements, these main replacements, the expenses that you're talking about to take care of all these pipes and those kinds of things, how much of this is not Little Rock, not North Little Rock, but the outside areas that you picked up? Has the CAW been overburdened with existing lines that they've picked up, and they're having to spend money at this point to make those replacements? Can you speak to that issue?
Yes, ma'am, I can. Great question, and I really appreciate that. So I'll just run through them, okay? I had Fraser Pike on the list. Fraser Pike is down by the Port Authority. It's an area where people had tainted wells. There's brand new lines down there. The state paid for 75% of the cost of those lines, and those customers are paying for the other 25%, and it's brand new pipe in the ground. And it's a great thing for that community as this city grows in that direction and moves south out of the port. In fact, just so you all know and understand and how this is a cooperative thing and all works together, the port actually realized, hey, we're buying property that would otherwise be served by the Fraser Pike line, and that somebody might build a house and help pay off that debt for the Fraser Pike people. So the port's actually stepping up and saying, hey, we'll help because we know we're restricting new houses being built on that Fraser Pike line. But Ridgefield Estates, the places that we're public, everything we do is in the public, so that's the place that's paying the $140+ a month water bill. That system they are totally replacing. As we go in there, we said, we don't want this pipe. And if you want us to serve you, you must totally replace your system. And so it's been totally replaced. Maumelle is, the nice thing about Maumelle is it's dense and it has a lot of customers and it has significant surcharges on it. So between the surcharges and the additional factors of 1.3 and 1.6, it works very well to be able to recover that infrastructure too. So there were improvements that were required that the commission looked at and were all part of required. And like I said before, the Maumelle was even unique. We knew that some stuff had to be right away. And so we had that short-term surcharge to be able to pay for that stuff. We knew that some stuff was kind of like 10-year stuff. So there's the intermediate charge for the 10-year stuff. And there's then the long-term stuff. It's little things, and I don't want to belabor it, but one of the interesting things is so many of these systems, they don't replace their water meters. And so water meters slow down, not speed up. So if you have an old meter in the ground, it's not picking up all the water that you're using. CAW is like clockwork on replacing water meters because we want to be able to pick up whatever. So what happens in some of these communities when we go in and we replace all the water meters, because we say your water meters are too old, and so you all are going to have to pay for them. We're going to put all new water meters. Not only do they get hit with the surcharge, but now their water consumption goes through the roof because they go, I used to just use 2,000 gallons of water, and now you're billing me for 4,500 gallons of water. What's going on here? And we say, well, your water meter wasn't picking it all up. So, no, the safeguards are put into place to protect the Little Rock. And I think you can also look at that. Now, to refer to the comments you heard earlier, there's PVC pipe out there, okay? A lot of communities used to put in PVC pipe because it was cheap. Now PVC pipe is, by the time you pay for all the bedding and everything that has to go around it, it's not much cheaper than ductile iron. But that was the Ridgefield situation. I mean, it had all PVC pipe, and it was running at incredibly high pressures, and we said, we're not taking that system, and we're putting in ductile iron. So we're taking out bad PVC, and we're putting in brand-new ductile iron that is going to last a long time. So we have areas, see if Mr. Dater's asleep back there. One of the unique problems that we have in Little Rock with pipe in the ground is that in the 1900s, 1920s, 1930s, we all put in cast iron pipe that had 100-year life or more. And it's thick and it's good stuff, okay? So then we coming out of World War II in the 1950s, and we started putting in cheaper grade pipes. And a lot of it's PVC, we got galvanized pipe, we got other things that's cheaper pipe. Well, guess what? That pipe doesn't last as long as the cast iron pipe. And in fact, that pipe lasts about half the life of the cast iron pipe. And so we have the 100-year pipe coming of age, and we have the 50-year pipe coming of age all at the same time.
So it sounds like, not to cut you off, I'm sorry.
No, it's fine.
It sounds like that all these other areas in and around, you've taken care of those. You've done your homework, and you said, okay, all this has to be replaced, and this is your surcharge or whatever that title was that you gave it. And so all the other areas are taken care of. It sounds like you're describing that all these pipes and all these breaks that are going to happen in the next 10 years are in Little Rock.
We can get exact numbers, but that's where.
I mean, that's what I'm picking up from our conversation.
It's where the majority
now.
of them. When we look at our break rates, that's where the majority of the breaks are, is in Little Rock and North Little Rock.
Yeah, not North Little Rock, but Little Rock.
No, it's both. I mean, you have to remember the North Little Rock and the Little Rock, the old parts of the North Little Rock and the Little Rock system were all built relatively the same time. In fact, the initial water company that served back in the 1890s served both sides of the water, both sides of the river. Initially, we had a water utility that served both sides of the river. Then we split them up into two, and then in 2001, we put them back together again.
So I'm kind of like Director Hines. You've identified some projects that need to be done. Maybe there's other things that need to be identified for us so we understand the volume of the cost and the projects that you're proposing with all this. I think that would be helpful for me. And then also tag on what Director Adcock was asking, where are we with our research for additional water source? But I thank you for the answers.
No problem. Thank you.
Director Phillips, then Director Pierce.
Mayor, I wanted to try to reassert my privilege that you took away from me. I didn't know if any of the commissioners wanted to share, because I would like to hear from them if they did.
They will be heard from, but we want to get through all the board members first.
Okay, I just wanted to reassert my privilege. Thank you. They even took away my microphone when I started asserting my privilege. Did you have them do that, Mayor?
I did not. Director Pierce. Director Pierce.
Ted, these are two kind of unusual questions. We've now spent almost 2 hours talking about this. How long did you discuss this, just in relative terms, with the North Little Rock Board? Or did you have a joint meeting with them, or did you do it individually?
We have not had a joint meeting with the North Little Rock Board. In fact, we reached out. I think this has been expressed before, and things happen, and I'm not, we reached out to both sides. North Little Rock responded. We went and visited with the mayor. After he responded, the North Little Rock mayor said, I want you to meet with every alderman. The North Little Rock mayor set those appointments up. And Chelsea went and met. I did not even meet with North Little Rock. Chelsea went and met with the North Little Rock. And I would guess, did you stay an hour on any of them? No.
Well, if you go back to the creation of this in 2001, it was a joint cooperative venture between Little Rock and North Little Rock. And you're now proposing a 10-year unprecedented rate increase. And whether it was intentional or just the way it happened, we feel like we're the second person that can be told about this. And if this is in fact a cooperative joint enterprise, either in very short order or certainly in the future, it would certainly seem to me to be imperative that we have the opportunity of both boards to meet with you and your board on the way things are going and to ask questions. I've learned more, no offense to you, from the questions my fellow board members asked than what I've read. And this is certainly something that may be a request that's too late in your process for getting your bonds passed. But why don't we have an opportunity for everybody to get together and learn from each other if in fact we want to get rid of the feeling that one side or the other has an advantage because they're told earlier or this is what happens, as a way of in the future preventing this from happening? And is it something that we should do before you pass or before you try to issue the bonds?
I'm not going to answer that question as far as what the commissioners want to do. If the commission wants to speak up to that, whatever. We have had a joint meeting before, Director Compuris. It was 2000 and it was a long time ago, where we did it at the Metro Plan, the Pulaski, we did it at the Metro Plan Conference Hall over there where they have voting that's done now, if you remember back then. I have appeared here twice as CEO as far as when rates were being looked at. And I can tell you that the procedure that was followed in both of those instances was the commission, the Water Commission, went through its process. It came up with a resolution. It passed that resolution, usually in December. And then I came over for the January meeting in 2016 and in 2018. I came over and said, here is what the commission is proposing. Okay? So historically, and I can say, because everybody knows I was legal counsel for the utility prior to that, and that's how it worked prior to that. The commission said, this is what we're proposing, and then we came over and presented that proposal, and the board decided whether or not they wanted to do anything. And that's what the 90-day period in the interlocal agreement is for. Now, I have no idea what North Little Rocks how they would respond. Now, I don't mind going and asking them, but I don't know what North Little Rock would respond to a joint meeting. But I really want this commission, you've known me a long time. Most of you, a lot of you here have known me a long time. I don't hide from anything. And so to think that I was some kind of, conniving around to come up with a way to do it, I have to say I'm really disappointed.
And let me make sure you understand. I'm not accusing you or Chelsea or this board of anything. I'm just saying that the reality is that there is that feeling this is what happened. In order to move forward, with a cooperative sense that there are two cities that enabled this board to be in place. And I was one of the people that did it. The person who didn't like what I did was right there. But that's just a difference of opinion. And I think for the community, it was the right thing. Joan doesn't think that, but that's, you know, we just differ on that. But I do find that this is not the place that I think that I wanted to be in 2001 when we set it up. And what my suggestion is may not be the right one, but I know that having the feeling that one of the partners doesn't feel like they're part of the system is not the right way to have it. You've got a great board. Y'all go back and find the answer. If you want to have a joint meeting, I don't know if anybody else want to come, but I'll come. Y'all think about it. And I'm as honest as you are about telling you what I think's going on.
Sure.
But I don't, there's two things. There's one issue is, do we need to fix Lake Maumelle? Do we need to fix the pipes? Do we need to do it? Is 10 years too much? Those are all issues that you can say are things that you can present to me that I can believe that you need. The other issue, and maybe not as big, but as we move forward, is how we all work together. And if the feeling is that Lance puts a proposal up and y'all all have to come over here, is not the way that I think this was set up. And Joe Ford and Jane Dickey and I spent a long time getting beat up in Little Rock and North Little Rock to get here. And this is not the product, or this is not the feeling that I hope we would have 22 years later. So that's what I'm saying to you. So what I think you're proposing, I can understand all of it. Do I swallow hard to say 10 years? Yeah, I do, but I'll believe you because I think you've got a good board and I believe you, and I have known you for a long time. Do I think we've done this the right way? No, I don't. And that's as honest as I can be. And I think your board has to figure out how to make their partners feel part of the process. And that's something y'all can go figure out.
Thank you, sir. We're wearing these ladies out over here.
All right, it's now 7:37. We've heard from all the members of the board. Are any members from the Central Arkansas Water Commission who would like to share any additional comments? Seeing none? Oh. If you don't mind, just going to the microphone up there, please. Just so our viewers online can see.
I was introduced earlier, but just in case, my name is Carmen Smith. I'm one of the North Little Rock representatives, so thank you for allowing us to come today. I've taken all of the comments and going to think about everything and have some conversations, but I just wanted to address one thing that Director Hines said that I took issue with. I've served on this board since 2010 and spent, considerable amount of time, very dedicated, very passionate about our water. Not a political appointee. I don't do this for a feather in my cap or a line on my resume. I do it because I am just so passionate about the water that we have here and what water means to communities. And I do not make a single decision or cast a single vote at a board meeting without considering the ratepayers, ever. I sound emotional because I feel emotional about that. Every decision I make, I think about how it's going to impact everyone, whether they're on the North Little Rock side of the river or the Little Rock side of the river. When I serve on this commission, I'm a commissioner. I'm not a North Little Rock representative. Our board doesn't function like that. So I think that's important to say. And the other thing I wanted to say was that old saying about how not making a decision is a decision. And I think not supporting this also has consequences. We've talked a lot about the consequences of passing this investment program, but not passing it would also affect ratepayers. And that's because fixing something before it breaks or fails costs far less than fixing something after catastrophe. And also, like it was said earlier, that while certain folks, can shoulder the rate increase less obviously than others, it would have more of an impact on lower income folks. Well, when there's a boil order because of failures, guess who cannot afford the bottled water or a hotel room in a neighboring city to go take a shower? In Jackson, Mississippi, when they had complete failure, who suffered the most? And so that's the things that I think about when I make these types of decisions. Thank you.
Commissioner Hartman?
I will be quick, since Director Antoine wanted us to speak. I definitely didn't want to not say a couple comments. I did get to speak to Director Lance, and I appreciate the conversation. And anybody that has any questions, feel free to reach out to me. I'm available for that reason to have those kind of conversations. But I do think that the efficiencies and the economy of scales and things that were, I think, one of the objectives of what you guys were trying to accomplish when you brought these two utilities together, I think that's been accomplished since 2001. And CAW has been a very successful, a very efficient, a very low-cost provider of safe, quality water for the citizens that we provide. And I think that this rate increase that we are proposing is necessary in regards to, you got to invest in your system to maintain it for the healthy and trust that you want to maintain with your residents. So I've heard this presentation many times. I heard y'all say that there's a lot of meetings and time that was put in by the consultants and the board to get to this point. This is not something that we jumped into without some necessary work to develop those items that we think we needed to focus on. So I appreciate you guys taking that into that understanding. But again, CAW is a good utility, will be a good utility in 10 years. And we've had that discussion. If we move into this direction with this rate increase, we plan to manage with what we have for that 10-year period. So it's not come back, of course, like you say, if something tore up Maumelle or something fell, we have to do something serious like that. But we plan to manage what we get for that rate for that period of time. So briefly, I just want to make those quick comments, and thank you for the time.
Thank you so much. I know Director Kendall, Commissioner Kendall.
Tony Kendall, I represent North Little Rock, but I was trained by Jim Harvey. And Jim told me that I'm not a North Little Rock representative, I'm not a Little Rock representative, and I am a ratepayer representative. And as such, the best thing I can do, he said these words, is make sure that the utility is operating in a very efficient and respectful manner of all the people in Little Rock and North Little Rock. And we've done that. And I really want y'all to understand, we look at, just because there's numbers on a piece of paper or there's a budgeted amount for a project, the seven of us look very diligently at every one of those as to why now, and what do we need to be doing, what other things we could do. And the last thing I'm going to say is I will welcome Director Miller. I've known him for a long time, and I think we can help him to understand a lot more of the details, and I know he'll be very interested in that because he's a very interesting kind of guy. So I thank you all for your time.
Just a quick comment because I agree with everything that my colleagues have said. This was my first rate increase process since I've been on the commission. And this was an extraordinarily good process from this side of the table. We had tons and tons of meetings, long meetings, thoughtful meetings. We didn't all agree in terms of perspective, but we all have a mutual respect of working together. I knew Jim a little bit when I came on the commission. I knew nobody else on this commission. But I have built, and I think we've all built, a working relationship that is extraordinarily good and thoughtful and is values driven. And I think we strive to be kind of high VIP commissioners, just as we hope for a staff that is. So that's one thing. I do want to directly respond to Director Campuris' question about the 10 years. I think that it is fully our expectation that unless there is the truly most extraordinary circumstance, this is a 10-year plan with a 10-year commitment with no going back on changing our rules. And as Jay said, J1, as we called, I'm J2, that we will not raise rates again, and that our ratepayers, our business customers, everybody can know this is the plan for 10 years. Thanks.
All right, thank you, members of the Central Arkansas Water Commission and members of the board. This meeting is adjourned.